Double salute to Supreme L. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Supreme L says, wow, Professor Marty, you got Victor on the platform. Big things popping. Ask him what was the different things Bud was talking about. Excuse me, let me read that correctly. Ask him what was the different things Bud was taking other than snack gods. And he's referring to, Victor, if you don't know, Terrence Crawford was asked about the snack program and the edge and benefits. And Terrence Crawford's words were, and I quote, I use certain things with snack that other fighters don't use. So the question is, what was Terrence Crawford referring to when he said that?
As I stated earlier, the first thing that we do is very comprehensive blood testing, right? On each and every fighter, depending upon what imbalances, what excesses, what deficiencies that we find, I make specific recommendations for various legal, I repeat, legal supplements, okay? SNAC doesn't carry all the supplements that exist. So if he happened to be, and this is a theoretical, low in iron, well, I might send him a different brand of iron. Or if I think we need to boost his testosterone, well, I might send a different brand of vitamin D3 or DAA.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew. Now, you heard the words that Victor Conti just said in reference to answering the question about Terrence Crawford specifically. He used the words comprehensive blood testing, specific recommendation, low in iron, boost his testosterone. Now, these words coming from Victor Conti's mouth may be distasteful and detestable to the ears of those familiar with his history. Now, let's be clear on something. Comprehensive blood testing. Well, Victor Conti is not medically qualified to administer or legally interpret blood testing results. We know that to be true. He's also not medically qualified to provide a specific recommendation or a referral. And now let's deal with low in iron. That was the words that he used. Well, the problem I have with him using those words are not him just using those words. It's the words that he said before using those words. And y'all just heard him. He said, if he happens to be, and this is theoretical, low in iron. Well, it's not theoretical. So by Victor Conti using the word theoretical, he's misleading the public. And I have to be honest and say that that is distasteful and that is detestable to my ears, personally speaking, since I was interviewing him. And what I mean by that is, well, when we think of the word theoretical, we think of the word theory. We think of the word hypothesis. In other words, is that it's not necessarily based on real life. It's not meant to be applied to real life. When he says Terrence Crawford is low in iron, well, you may ask, Manager Marty, how is that misleading? I'm so glad you asked. It's misleading because, well, Terrence Crawford said after the fight with Errol Spence, 2.5 weeks after the fight, to be exact, on August the 18th, 2023, on the Joe Rogan podcast in an interview, that he's anemic. Sounds like he would be low in iron, and it's not a theory. It is real life. You know what? I'm doing way too much talking. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
I was freezing. I always thought my balls was gonna be freezing, but my fucking fingers was cold.
Fingers,
like,
toes. Yeah.
My toes wasn't cold. I was so cold I couldn't even feel my feet. I was in there like this. I was trying to put my hands under my armpits, and I was just shaking like this. And I was just like, I'm about to get out there. It was like, They was motivating me, and I was like, man, this is the hardest thing that I ever did because I'm anemic, so me and Cole don't.
You're anemic?
Yeah, I gotta take iron pills.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Is that before you stopped red meat always?
Yeah.
Really?
When I was little.
That's interesting to me. Well, you just heard Terrence Crawford say that he's anemic. And Joe Rogan was surprised, and he basically thought that he meant that he just found out that he was anemic. Well, Terrence Crawford said that since he was little, he's been anemic. The interesting thing about that is that Terrence Crawford never publicly ever made a reference to him being anemic before the fight with Errol Spence. I mean, it sounds convenient for him to make that statement now that we know that he's with the snack program, and Victor Conte basically just admitted that all of his athletes and clients have to undergo comprehensive blood testing. And that's how Victor Conte will determine that you're low in iron when he interprets the blood testing results. So it sounds like to me that Terrence Crawford didn't know that he was anemic, or maybe he's not anemic. I don't know, because Victor Conte is the one who's interpreting his blood testing results, right? Well, he do know he's low on iron. Of course he would know that if those blood tests are being interpreted by Victor Conte. Now, the interesting thing about that is, like I said, he never publicly mentioned anything about being anemic, since he said he's been anemic since he was little, when he didn't have a problem with being low in iron for the first 36 professional fights and 29 to 30 knockouts consecutively before he got with the snack program in Victor Conte. And somebody might say, well, Manager Marty, what are you talking about? How do you know? But you know what? Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Those people that live in cold climates that run in the winter, man, that's a hardy breed of human. That's not a regular person that decides, like, nobody's got a gun to your head. It's not your job. You decide to put your fucking running shoes on and lace up and go out there when it's zero.
It's kind of like before I fought Amir Khan, and I was down there shadowboxing in the snow in that blizzard.
Yeah.
I put it on. Yeah. I put it on my Instagram. Everybody was like, "Oh, he training for Spence." Like,
I was like 10 inches that day. 10 inches that day. It was blizzard, and we actually got knocked off a couple of days for leaving for training camp.
Yeah.
Wow. Because there was so much fucking snow, dude. But there's something about that. Like, even you talking about it, you know it's kind of wild. You're out there boxing in the snow. Yeah. Shadow boxing in the middle of a blizzard. Something wild about that.
But it's crazy, though, because when it's snowing, it's not that cold.
Right. It's true, isn't it? Yeah, like insulates a little bit some weird way.
I was just sitting in the house, and it was just like, man, go outside and do something. So I went outside, ran a little bit, and then I come home, and I was like, come here. He's like, what? Like, come here, record me. Shadow boxing and stuff.
Well, on August the 20th, 2019, before Terrence Crawford went to the snack program, nearly 2 years before to be exact, he basically shadow boxed in a blizzard. Bo Mack just said it was 10 inches of snow. Didn't seem like he had an issue with the cold then, as he was preparing for Amir Khan's fight. This is all before he went to Victor Conte in the snack program. Interesting to me. Now, let's move forward with the other words that Victor Conte stated. He said, boost his testosterone. You know, I find it very intriguing that these are not just the words that Victor Conte stated, because there were some other words that he stated. Yeah, I'm talking about the sequence of events that he laid out for Terrence Crawford, since the question was directed toward Victor Conte regarding Terrence Crawford. And in sequence of explaining whether Terrence Crawford's blood testing result states that he's low in iron or he's low in testosterone, and these are some methods that he would use, well, the sequence of that is questionable. It's what Victor Conte said after that. I mean, directly after that. That perked up my ears. And you know what? I'm doing way too much talking. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Snack doesn't carry all the supplements that exist. So if he happened to be, and this is a theoretical, low in iron, well, I might send him a different brand of iron. Or if I think we need to boost his testosterone, well, I might send a different brand of vitamin D3 or DAA, or there's all sorts of other products and ingredients, but it's based upon the individual. So if each fighter is getting an individualized program, Devin doesn't necessarily take exactly what Terrence takes, who doesn't exactly take what Demetrius takes. Now, are any of these other things that he's saying that he takes? And there's all kinds of things. We have a doctor. His name is Dr. Bonson, Chris Bonson, on staff. He's a surgeon. He works with the 49ers and the Giants and all the big teams here in the Bay Area. He comes to the facility. So anything that they may need, even if it involves an injection, then I might have to go to Margaret, get the prescription, get it approved, and this may be during training camp, get it approved by their medical review board, but it's all above board and they know that we're using it. We get permission from VADA before we do it.
Wow. Isn't that amazing? Let's keep this in proper perspective and be on the same page here. Victor Conte just stated a few things, and I want to use the sequence of events that he used and spelled out. He said he has an orthopedic surgeon that's on staff at SNAC. And that orthopedic surgeon may have to provide injections to the athletes. He also said that he goes to Margaret. He's referring to Margaret Goodman, the founder of VADA, Voluntary Anti-Doping Association. Get the prescription, get it approved by VADA's medical review board, and then get permission from VADA before we do it. He's referring to a process known as therapeutic use exemption. I mean, why else would an athlete or a quote-unquote nutritionist need to gain permission from an anti-doping testing agency? Well, it's because according to WADA, which you see on your screen, World Anti-Doping Agency, you see on your screen that WADA spells out what a TUE is. What is a therapeutic use exemption? Well, a therapeutic use exemption ensures that athletes can be treated for medical conditions, even if the treatment involves using a prohibited substance or method while avoiding the risk of being sanctioned. This is one of the oldest tricks in the book. In cycling, in track and field, and now, of course, in boxing, where an athlete can basically get a prescription after comprehensive blood testing results proves that they're low in iron. Most of the time they do it when they're low in testosterone. And then they basically can get this prescription, send in the prescription along with their therapeutic use exemption application from VADA, along with the medical physician's information and prognosis, and then they can be treated for this medical condition. And the treatment may possibly involve a prohibited substance, a substance that's on the banned substance list, basically a performance enhancement drug. To be able to receive this exemption by the anti-doping agency or association, so that when this athlete, particularly a boxer, tests positive for a banned substance, well, they won't be penalized. They avoid that risk of being sanctioned and penalized because they received an exemption. You see the process? You see the loophole in this?
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Mr. Marty.
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Manager Marty.
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape film crew, welcome to another edition, another episode of Roll the Tape podcast with Manager Marty. Y'all know who I am. Stay right there, audience. Don't move. I'm Manager Marty, your host. I need the viewership to increase exponentially. Oh, yes, I do. We're going to talk about the business of boxing today. We're going to talk about the sport of boxing today. You're in for a great treat. Welcome to each and every last one of you. If this is your first time on the podcast, I want to say welcome to you. Thank you for investing your time. Please, right now, you don't have to wait. Please jab, hook, cross, uppercut the subscribe button right now. Be a part of the Roll the Tape Film Crew membership. You will not be disappointed. I guarantee you that. Please, all of you, you can do this right now as well. Jab, cross, hook, uppercut, that like button. We need the education and entertainment value to reverberate all across the world, because this show today is going to take us to another level here in 2024. I have a very special guest for each and every last one of you later on in this broadcast, and we have to do it the right way. My goodness. Did y'all hear that? I need y'all to get the likes up. Did y'all? That was a video that I recently published earlier today. Did y'all hear that? Y'all heard what y'all heard, correct? That was titled as Terrence Crawford Fed Up Part 3. If you missed a little bit of it when this live goes off, please go on my channel, this channel right here, Live and Live in Color. Go on the channel under the published content. You will be able to hear the entire video in its entirety. If you did not get an opportunity to hear it, or if you just got here, I know the Roll the Tape Film Crew members that are in the chat, they're telling me loud and clear that they heard it. Oh, absolutely. If you didn't hear it, you can go back and hear it. That's part 3. I recommend that you go listen to part 1 and part 2 if you haven't done so already. I'm excited to be here, live and live in color today. We're going to have a great show. I want to acknowledge everybody that is acknowledging me in the chat. I see you. Double salute to you all. I have to give a member of the channel, supervisor of the Roll the Tape Film Crew, his flowers. My guy, Matthew Thomas, shouting out all the way from hot Las Vegas. My guy, he said, let the teaching begin. You better believe it, Matt. Oh my gosh, we going in today. We also have the first super chat of the day. I am going to read it, and I do have to make sure that I give all of the flowers to the Roll the Tape Film Crew members who are watching live and live in color. If you are watching the replay of this live, I welcome you as well. You are able to participate in the chat below. Listen now, it's only one channel. Let me show my face for this one. I have to. I got to show my face. How you turn this camera on? How you turn this camera on? There you go. Bam. Bam. Now you turn that camera on. What's up, y'all? Yeah. Yeah. We going in today. Yeah. Listen, we don't gossip over here. This channel is unique for a reason. We don't gossip over here. We talk boxing over here. We talk business, not business. Not business. I do that on a daily basis. Talking about business of boxing. We discuss all of that live and live in color right here. I'm going to open the panel up real soon. I'm going to fly the kite in the chat in just a few minutes. I just want to do some house cleaning we have to do our Town Watch check-in. We have to do it. I did a small little live on Saturday, all right? I didn't even put the Cash App up there on Saturday. I didn't even ask for no donations or none of that on Saturday. It was just a little quick little get in, get out, you know what I mean? But today, oh, yes, indeed, Manager Marty needs your support today. Let me tell y'all this real quick, and I'm going to put the link in the chat. Before that, I'm going to do the Town Watch check-in. I got to open up the show with this. It is very imperative that you all know this. Now, once again, when I tell you all this, I said this last week, I'm going to say it again. I am not saying this so that you can feel sorry for me. I am not saying any of this to make you feel like you have to act accordingly. I'm just letting you know what's happening. Since I want to say a little earlier in November, I want to say about the second week in November. The second week in November is when I start noticing it. Apparently, my channel is being shadow banned. This is no secret. This is no secret at all. We know this to be a fact. It's being shadow banned. I won't tell you the reasons why because I don't know the reasons why. I could surmise some reasons, but I'm going to keep it all the way 100 with y'all. No reason is good enough for me. And what I mean by shadow ban, if you look, it's very simple. For the last 3 months, you can go look and you can see how the views of my content hasn't been being increased. And it's not because of the quality of the content. I can assure you all of that. It's not because of the participation or the lack thereof on this channel. I can assure you of that. It is not because we're doing anything of sexual in nature with our vocabulary on this channel. I can assure you of that. Everybody know I have, if not the, definitely one of the cleanest YouTube channels in the boxing community here. I do not allow any racial epithets, including the N-word. I do not allow excessive profanity. Everybody knows that. Any other community guidelines that YouTube already put together, they're not being violated. But we see that the views are declining, and it has nothing to do with the quality, nor does it have anything to do with us breaking the community guidelines of YouTube. It has something to do with YouTube intentionally not pushing the content out like they used to. I'm just putting it out there so you understand where we coming in. Now, the thing about it is this. We gonna speak the truth and stand on honor. No matter how many views YouTube choose not to give us. No, you know when the views ain't there, you know the money ain't there. But we don't do this for what I tell y'all, what I always say to the Roller Tape Film Crew members. I don't do this for the looks. I don't do this for the likes. I do this for the licks. You dig? So we still are going to maintain honor and integrity, putting the truth and evidence out there on this channel when we talk about boxing and the business of boxing. All right, I want to let y'all know. We know what's going on. We see exactly what YouTube is doing. I already know what's going on. I see what's going on. But here's the thing. I'm going to say this to YouTube and some of the people that have been reporting. You know people have been reporting. You know when I did certain lives in the past month and a half, people will be reporting. Yeah. Now somebody's going to say, well, you don't have evidence. I don't have evidence of who. But you know what I have evidence of? As soon as I turn the live off, as soon as the live ends, all of a sudden now, the monetization is limited. No other time. I've been doing live for a whole year. All of a sudden now, we see what's going on, but we ain't going to stop. So I took my glasses off so you all can see my face and let y'all know. All four of the characters is who I'm speaking for. Manager Marty Joe Clark, Manager Marty Johnny Cochran, Manager Marty Luther King Jr., and Manager Marty himself. We all want you to know we're not going to stop providing entertainment and education for you. I just want y'all to know that. But in the meantime and in between time, don't forget, jab that like button. Go on and click it. Click that like button so this entertainment value and education can reverberate all across the world and on the YouTube boxing community streets. because you know certain people can't hold the candle to this channel anyway. I got the hottest chat on YouTube. I got the hottest support system in the Road to Take film crew members. I got the most unique channel on YouTube. This is no secret. You know, that's why I provide education and entertainment for y'all. We don't gossip over there. If you notice, you ain't never hear me talk about when Charlo got slapped by Caleb Plant. And you ain't gonna hear me talk about Devin Haney allegedly getting slapped by Erickson Lubin. You ain't hear me talk about Bernard Hopkins and Bill Haney. I only made a reference to it as an example, but I ain't do no content on that. We don't deal with beef. You ain't hear me do no content and do no videos on Alicia Baumgartner and Clarissa Shields. We don't do gossip here. I'm not talking about the other channels, y'all. I don't care what they do. I'm talking about y'all support over here. And we don't do gossip. We do real live boxing education. You ain't gonna find it nowhere else. And I'm glad that you are here. I got somebody special for y'all to meet today. I do. I can't wait till the special guests get up here. We just waiting for some more stuff to go down, some more confirmation, some more things. But I'm telling y'all, you in for a treat. I heard my phone. Where's it at? Yeah. Somebody's being a blessing right now. Let me put this up there now. Yeah. Because I know y'all gonna support it. Yeah. Get your super chats ready now. Because when my guests get here, I'm gonna make sure I open the lines up for y'all to ask all the questions you want to ask. Oh my goodness, we in for a fiery show. Yes, we are. I'm excited today. I really am. I've been having a very long week last week, but this week we on it. Yeah. Y'all see what they doing to the content, but we don't listen. This is boxing. We don't make no excuses, right? No excuses in boxing. We still do what we got to do. Yeah. Double salute to Estelle. Thank you for your cash app. I appreciate it. Estelle says, for Manager Marty, good research. I appreciate what you do. And I appreciate you. Thank you for your support and contribution to the channel. We also have our first super chat, but not last super chat of the evening. Double salute to Watch for the Hook. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Watch for the Hook says, is boosting testosterone legal in combat sports? That is a very, very, very good question. Well, let me tell you this. Testosterone is on all of the banned substances list in combat sports. Oh, yes, it is. Now, somebody's going to say, Manager Marty, you don't have no evidence of this. You just talking. You're not qualified, blah, blah, blah. You a clown. You goofy, just like everybody else always say that be hating. But all you have to do is go on WADA's website. They're going to give you a whole entire list of prohibited banned substances, and testosterone is one of them. Why? Because the thing about it is this, and I'm no expert, I'm just going to tell you all the research that I've been doing for the last 15 years. And what it is this. This is the reason why. Y'all heard it just now. When an athlete, let's use boxers, because that's what you came here to hear about. When boxers are low on testosterone, yeah, there's banned substances that they can consume to help them boost their testosterone levels. Now, the way that they circumvent the process, y'all just heard it in the video I just played, the intro, is they receive a prescription from a doctor. And then they accompany that prescription from a doctor with the results of comprehensive blood testing, which will then obviously be the evidence that they are low in testosterone. And then they go and they complete an application. Let's use VADA, since that was the reference that I used in the piece that you just heard. They'll use the application that they'll complete through VADA. They'll send that along with the evidence of the prescription, the information of the prescribing physician, the medical physician, along with the blood testing results. They'll send that information in, and they will receive, possibly, they can be denied, but most likely with the doctor's prescription and their medical history and the blood testing results, they'll be granted, as you just heard on the video, they will be granted what's known as a TUE, therapeutic use exemption. Why? Why would an athlete need permission from an anti-doping agency that's testing them for banned substances? Why? It's very simple. Because the substances that they use to boost and increase their testosterone is obviously on the banned substance list. Okay? So when they do test positive, they will avoid consequences because they already received the exemption from the anti-doping agency that's facilitating the test. Y'all follow what I'm saying? So I hope, watch for the hook, I answered your question. You see, when people say I'm just making stuff up, all of the evidence I present to you is irrefutable. I haven't given my opinion yet. Every time I provide y'all with truth and evidence, I never get an opportunity to give my opinion. You want to know why? Because I don't want to influence your thought process. I just want to provide you with truth and evidence that is thought-provoking for you to draw your own conclusion. I think that's fair, right? Yeah, I think that's fair. So let's get the show on the road today. Man, I never started a show like this. I love the way I just started the show. Don't you? We're having fun already. So let's do it like this because I see that the air fryer, listen, hey, Manyface, the air fryer is already hot. You ain't gonna find this nowhere else. Woo, Lord have mercy. You ain't gonna find it no. Listen, I've been on YouTube for about a year and 1 month as a live. I've been doing live. Man, listen, all these other content creators, salute to every last one of them, even the ones that don't like me. Salute to them all. But we got to keep it all the way 100 and keep it real. Most of them have been on YouTube for what? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years before I got here? Okay, then. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, it's no, hey, I'm not here to compete. I'm here to complete. Yeah, some of y'all know I used to rap back in the day, and I still do a rap here and there. Yeah. So you know I got the rhyme when I do my thing. Yeah. I'm excited today. So listen, let's get this thing popping. Man, I see Veronica. She's already here. Oh yes. Let's get our Town Watch check-in popping. Now listen, if you're new to the channel, if this is your first time here or you're watching the replay of this live, let me give you a brief synopsis of how our Town Watch check-in works. It is only unique to this channel, okay? And what we do with the Town Watch check-in is this. We identify where we are, geographically speaking, whether it be where we were born and raised or where we're located now. And we insert our geographical location in the chat, and then in exchange for me, the host, acknowledging your geographical location publicly. Now, you might ask, why are we doing this? What is the significance of this? I'm so glad you asked. The reason why we do this is a form of our icebreaker, number one. And number two, it's our opportunity and way to lay a foundation here in the beginning of our broadcast, because it's our way to say that, hey, the differences of our geographical locations are synonymous with us having differences of opinions, differences of perspectives, differences of points of views, right? But by the end of the broadcast, we can rhetorically acknowledge that we share one thing in common, and that is our love for the sport of boxing, all right? So I'm gonna start it off first. Y'all know I represent two parts of the United States of America. And I'm going to start off with the DFW area. Yes, I'm talking about Texas, to be more specific, Arlington, Texas. Stand up. Mansfield, Come on, Mansfield. Y'all know I represent Mansfield. Yes, indeed. Tarrant County to be exact. But I'm so excited because I see somebody else from my hometown in the chat, and I got to tell y'all where I'm from. If you don't know, I'm representing where I'm born and raised from, the great city of brotherly love. Oh, yes, I'm talking about the great city of Philadelphia. No, I'm not talking about in the state of Mississippi. I'm talking about in the state of Pennsylvania. We call it Philly. Yeah, I'm representing my hometown as well. Who else we got in the chat? Come on, y'all, let's check on in. Listen, I'm not going to hold y'all too long with the check-in because we got a great show that we have to move forward. I'm just so excited. Who else we got in the chat? See, we got some check-ins going on. Huh? Hold up. DC in the building? Okay, DC in the building. Salute. Come on, y'all. Let's start the check-in. Let's show the people what we got. Let's show the people how we do our Town Watch check-ins. Let's show them. Let's show them. Let's show them what we do. Who else we got in here? Come on, y'all. Let's check on in. DC in the house. I see DC. Who else we got? Who else we got checking on in? We see who? Oh, Albany, New York. Albany, New York. Albany just pulled up, just walked in the building. Is Brooklyn in the house? Without a doubt. Where Brooklyn at? Right here. Brooklyn, New York. In the building, I see you. Come on, man. I told y'all somebody from my city, Philly, just walked in. Just stepped in the building. Right here. Already know 100. Fairfax, Virginia. Just walked in the building as well. I see you. Ohio. In the building. Come on, y'all. Let's check on in. I see you, Ronaldo. Salute all the way in the ATL area down south. I got family, friends. I got connects all the way down there. Ronaldo, what up? ATL in the building. Come on, man. Huh? This don't stop right there. We're going to move up to the Midwest. Detroit, I see you. Detroit pulled up in the parking lot, huh? And then walked straight up in the house. I see you. Who else we got in here? BX or B Next. Boogie Down. Bronx, New York City is in the building. I see you. Capital City, Columbus, Ohio. Yes, called this the hottest podcast. I see you, my guy. I see you, my guy, Brother Shaheed. I see you. Come on, man. We got, whoa, I ain't even know. A lifeline. I didn't even know. I didn't even know you was representing, huh? I didn't even know. Queensbridge, huh? Queens, New York City in the building. I see you. Come on, man. Strong Island, Long Island is also in the building. Come on, man. Lucky, come on, it's all good, Lucky. Lucky representing Baltimore, Maryland. He said the Baltimore Ravens is sad to say. It's all good, Lucky. Baltimore, we representing Baltimore anyway, right here on the hottest podcast on YouTube. Oh, man, I got family in the chat too. Ooh. Philly Fight Doctor just walked in. Man, listen, man, this whole show about to turn upside down now that he here. My God, my family, salute the Philly Fight Doctor, representing my city. I see you. Rochester, New York. Rochester, New York. Hey, American One, you know every time I see you in the chat, or you know every time I see somebody from Rochester, New York in the chat, I did a lot of business in Rochester. Yeah. That boss sauce. Yeah, they put me onto that boss sauce on my chicken. Yeah. That boss sauce is where it's at. Anybody ever go to Rochester, make sure that's the home of the boss sauce. Make sure y'all get that on your chicken, your ribs, anything. Huh? Who else we got in here? Come on, y'all, let's check on in. Wichita, Kansas is in the building. I see you. 757 P-Town. 757 P-Town in the building. Come on, y'all, let's check on in. Yeah. Woo! Houston, Texas, all the way in the building. I see you. Orlando, Florida, just pulled up in the parking lot and walked right in the building. I see you. Richmond, California. Come on, Nardi, I see you. Yes. Come on, y'all, let's check on in. Anybody else? Can I get one more check-in? Can I get one more check-in? Just one. I just need one more before we get the show started. Yeah. Yeah, what's up? What's up? Where we at? Woo! Uh-oh. Y'all see who here? Y'all see who in the building? DC just pulled up in the... Listen, DC, my man Greg, Mr. Greg just pulled up from DC. I seen him back that Cadillac in the parking spot when I was looking out the window, and he just walked right in the building. DC in the building. Yes, sir. Woo-wee. Hold up for a minute, man. I'm getting hot in this joint. Y'all know I'm from Philly when I say joint. It's getting hot in this joint where I'm at, man. Yeah, listen, man. We here now, man. Huh? We here now. So that, what y'all heard in the beginning, right? Let me calm down. Let me bring it down. I'm hot right now. I'm hot. Let me bring it down. So what y'all just heard, some of you probably were late, but that's cool because it was basically a replay of a video I published earlier. The title of that video is Terrence Crawford Fed Up Part 3. Now, I played the excerpt of it in the beginning of the introduction of this broadcast, right? That was the segment that I like to call Truth and Evidence. Now, I'm not going to do this every day or every live or every broadcast, but I told y'all on specific broadcasts, we're going to start doing small segments called Truth and Evidence, right? Just like I was doing segments called Ask Manager Marty. Well, it was called Ask Marty. Remember, I was doing segments called Nip It in the Bud. Remember, I was doing segments called The Truth Hurts, right? For Errol Spence fans. And then the Nip It in the Bud was for Terrence Bud Crawford fans. Y'all remember that? Right. So this is one of those unique things that I want to bring back for 2024. It's called Truth and Evidence. This is where I provide truth and evidence on the live broadcast to give us a perspective of what's happening in boxing. And so I just wanted to let y'all know that was the form of truth and evidence earlier on in the beginning. Texas is also in the building. Salute. Yeah, we here. Oh, let me put this on the screen so y'all know I wasn't just making this up for some of my detractors that are still here. And some of them who are not here, but they'll be here a little later on, always trying to question everything I say and do. I always provide evidence when I say things publicly. And so this is what I reference off of WADA's website. When I talked about the TUE, some of y'all that just got in, y'all might have missed it, the therapeutic use exemption. And if you can read it on your screen, this is directly from WADA's website. So this is to let you know I'm not making any of this stuff up. This is real. And I'll read it live for some of my audience who's probably driving home from work or driving to the store or picking up your children or picking up your significant other, and you probably can't even see the screen, but you can still listen audibly. So let me read it for everybody. A therapeutic use exemption ensures that athletes can be treated for medical conditions, even if the treatment involves using a prohibited substance or method, while avoiding the risk of being sanctioned or penalized, right? I just wanted to put that in perspective so you know that I didn't just get this out of nowhere and I'm not just pulling things out of the sky. This is what happens even in boxing, particularly when a boxer's quote unquote testosterone is low, okay? When a boxer's iron is low, okay? I'm just using this as a reference so you all can understand that this was the process. Some of you might have missed it. So I'm spinning the block real quick because I know we have new people that just joined us. This is what Victor Conti was referring to. He didn't use the term. He did not use the term in the first interview. I knew exactly what he was talking about. Most of you did not. When he discussed the process of him, his words, not mine, reaching out to Margaret, his words, not mine again, showing the prescription from the doctor, which he's referring to a doctor that he hires, that his athletes go to, and then using that prescription along with the comprehensive blood testing results. And then he would then allow that boxer to complete an application, which is a VADA form. The VADA application And you don't believe me, you can go on their website and just click on forms, and you'll see that a therapeutic use exemption application is there for the boxers or the combat sports participants to actually complete, along with the results from the comprehensive blood testing that proves that they're low in iron and or low in testosterone, just to name two of the few deficiencies in this reference. And also the physician's information, their prognosis, the prescription, and the medical history of this fighter. They can send that into VADA. VADA would then take it to their medical health, medical and or health board. Most of everybody that represents VADA, by the way, they're all doctors, most of them. 90% of everybody that operates through VADA, they're all medical doctors, ranging from the founder, Margaret Goodman, who's a neurologist, and some others are medical doctors. But anyway, they would decide whether or not it is appropriate to give this boxer, this athlete, a therapeutic use exemption. And most likely, if they conclude that yes, this boxer or this combatant, because they do MMA testing as well, this combatant can use this prohibited substance or method based on them being treated for their medical conditions. When they do go test, or if they have to test for any PEDs or banned substances, of course, obviously with the boost of iron and the boost of testosterone based on things being on a prohibited substance list, they will test positive, but they will also avoid the risk of being sanctioned and or penalized because they received the exemption, okay? And this loophole didn't start in boxing. This loophole is a loophole, and I'm using it as a loophole because some athletes and boxers do have serious medical conditions, but others really don't, okay? And we've seen this in the past as well in boxing, right? I'm gonna give you an example. Remember that situation that happened with Lamont Peterson. Remember he got popped for a banned substance, right? It was boosting his testosterone. You remember that, right? Okay, and that is the reason why the rematch between him and Amir Khan was halted, because of that situation. All right. So this loophole that some people, some athletes, and some quote unquote nutritionists have taken advantage of in the past in other sports, including cycling, including Major League Baseball, etc. All right. And of course, it seeped its way here in boxing. So I just wanted to, put that out there so we all can be on the same page of that process that Victor Conti was talking about that he didn't mention by name. But in the second interview, and I'll publish this video a little later on, not today, but at a later time when it's necessary, I asked him about that process to clarify, and I used the words therapeutic use exemption for a reason, because he did not mention it in the first interview, but he actually identified the process. I knew exactly what he was talking about, and so I circled the block on him in the second interview, and I was very specific about that process with the athletes that he worked with, of course, including Terrence Crawford, because that's where the super chat originated from about Terrence Crawford using quote unquote certain things. And that was from my guy, Supreme L, that did that super chat to ask that question. All right. And that was in the first interview. If you all need a reference of why I'm talking about it again today, y'all can go on the published content on this channel. You don't have to do it right now. Please don't. But when this is over, if you want to cross-reference what I'm saying, that's where you get that information from. And also, if you don't want to go through the entire live all over again, the last video that I published on this channel, you'll be able to click on it. It's called Terrence Crawford Fed Up Part 3. And you'll see how I put all of the information together. And this is for those who are just joining us live, because in the beginning of this broadcast, I replayed that, and some of you may have missed it. All right. So I'm glad everybody's here today. Let me put this charge up here, make sure we get the juice that we need so we won't have any interruptions. Yeah. So remember last week, I told y'all that I wanted to ask the great Shannon Sharpe a question. Y'all remember that? Yeah. I wanted to ask Shannon Sharpe a question. So what I did was, I think it was on Friday. No, was it Friday or Thursday? Well, anyway, it was either Thursday or Friday of last week. I told y'all that I wanted to ask Shannon Sharp a question. People in the chat told me the time that his nightcap live come on with him and Ocho Cinco. So Onk and Ocho, I think that's the name of the show, Onk and Ocho Nightcap. I went on there and I paid for 3 super chats of the same exact question, but apparently, I think it was on my end. It kept telling me pending, and then it took the money from the Cash App card that I used to do the super chat, but it wouldn't come up on the screen on their end, and it resulted to $50 worth. But I didn't complain. It's all good. Ain't nothing we can do about it. But I made sure I went back on there on the nightcap, Onk and Ocho nightcap last night. I didn't know that they were going to be on there, but Band Up, who some of you already know from this channel, Band Up, he hit me up on Instagram and he told me that they was on live. You know what I mean? To go on there so I can do my super checks. I wanted to ask Shannon Sharp a question. So I did go on there last night. I did pay for the super chat, little $10 John, nothing big, but man, they kept talking for hours. I'm like, man, I ain't staying up waiting for this. It was late too. So anyway, I wound up going to sleep. Only to my surprise that they didn't read not one super chat, and there was a lot of super chats, on the screen and everything. While I was watching live, they didn't even read not one. Because when I woke up this morning and got through my day, I had went on there and I was scrolling to make sure they read any of the super chats, but they didn't. So it is what it is. I wanted to publish the question right here, live and living color. I want to publish the question that I asked through my super chat to Unc and Ocho. This question that I had was for Unc. And we need answers. And so hopefully, maybe again, I'm not going to keep investing all my money. They're not going to read the super chat. I'm going to keep it 100 with y'all. I'm just not, the question is not that important. But I wish they engaged with the audience a little bit better. But like I said, that was my first time on there last night, like watching the segment. So I don't want to judge them. That could have been just that one time. I think they do a good job. From what I see, good chemistry. I was impressed. Those guys do a good job. But I wanted to make sure my question get answered. We need answers. It's 2024, and I told y'all we are in the year of truth and evidence. So when there's truth going on, we need evidence behind the truth so that we all can accept it as truth. No more. We don't, as boxing fans, no more are we accepting just words. We need evidence. We can't just accept, somebody said, no, that's hearsay. And I always tell y'all that hearsay is heresy, right? So no, we ain't gonna just accept no more of that. Oh, this person must be fighting this person. That's hearsay. Where the evidence? This person ducked this person. Where the evidence? We sent the offer to this fighter and they ducked it. That's what Oscar De La Hoya said. Remember that recently? We need evidence now. Yeah, we're not accepting any more just hearsay. So that's why we on the truth and evidence movement on this channel. Okay. And with that being said, let me see. Hold up for a minute. Let me put what I got up here for the people. There you go. Bam. There you go. That's from last night. Yeah. Yeah, that's from last night, y'all. Y'all see my question? Look on the right-hand side of your screen. That's me right here from this channel. Yeah, I asked him a question, brother and sister. I asked him a question. We need answers. I'm going to read it out loud for those that are driving or those that have your phone propped up and can't see your screen, but you're just listening, and I appreciate your viewership. Either way, the question that I have for Shannon Sharp is, Unc, the 96 Broncos you played for won the Super Bowl. You and other teammates were clients of Victor Conti. Did Romanowski inspire or introduce y'all to Conti's program? That was the question that I have for Mr. Shannon Sharp. Yeah. Let me read that again. I felt so good about it. Unc, the 96 Broncos you played for won the Super Bowl. You and other teammates were clients of Victor Conti. Did Romanowski inspire or introduce y'all to Conti's program? We need answers. Yeah. Yeah. I love it because it's just all for educational purposes and a little bit of entertainment. Y'all know that's what we do over here. So that question was posed to the great Hall of Famer himself, great athlete, one of the best tight ends in the entire history of the National Football League. And that was the question for the great Shannon Sharp. Yeah. Yeah. Andre Noble, what's up? Why you say what, brother? You didn't know Victor Conti worked with the 96 Bronco? Y'all didn't know? Terrell Davis, Shannon Sharp, some of them guys were clients of Victor Conti. Y'all didn't know that? That's okay. You didn't have to know. You didn't have to know. It's okay. You didn't know, Andre? It's okay. That's why I'm glad you came here, Andre. See, when you come over here, you're going to get education. That's what I love about this channel. I love it. Y'all give me the environment to do what I love to do, and that's teach the people. So yeah. I'm glad you learned something, Andre. Oh yeah. With that whole boy says, you know, Shannon ain't gonna answer that question. Oh no, Shannon will answer that question. It's the Super Bowl related question. Isn't the Super Bowl coming up? Yeah, that's a Super Bowl related question. I'm sure Shannon Sharp wouldn't mind answering that. It's a good question. Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to let the public know. I just want to let my audience know what happened because I left y'all with that information on, what was that, Thursday or Friday. I told y'all I was going to spin the block and keep my word. Yeah. It's all good. It's all right. Yeah, double salute to my guy, Gregory Quarterbaum. Thank you, Mr. Greg, for your support and your contribution to the channel. Mr. Greg says, that was a question heard throughout the YouTube streets. Manager Marty, they were shook. Thank you, Mr. Greg. I appreciate you, man. Let me put that question back on the screen, brother. Yeah, just in case somebody else might get an opportunity to see him or talk to him. Now, when you go over there now, make sure you say, please do what Boxing News 24 didn't do. Please do what some of my fellow constituent content creators didn't do. Just give me credit. That's all you got to do. When you go on over there, just say Manager Marty said. Now, of course, he don't know who I am. I ain't famous. I ain't no celebrity. But just let him know Manager Marty said. If you want to continue asking that man that question, we need answers from him. You see what I mean? It's a Super Bowl related question. You know what I mean? And so it's all relevant. And so let me put that question back on the screen. Yeah, so you all can get a taste of the question that I have for Mr. Shannon Sharp. I like Shannon Sharp. I like his personality. I like the fact that he is a personality. I like the fact that he does well in his interviewing, when he interviewing certain celebrities and everything. I like that. I was on the show last night. Seemed like it was a good show. They was cooking. I like how him and my man Ocho Cinco, they put that thing together nice. I like how they do that, man. I do. It's really nice. I was impressed because you don't see that kind of chemistry all the time. You know what I mean? On YouTube, you know what I mean? So that was good. I like that. Yeah. See, I keep it real. I ain't got to hate on nobody. When I like something, I tell you I like it. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Yeah. Yo, I don't know if that's what happened, that whole boy. I don't know. I hope that's not what happened. Yeah, I hope that ain't what happened. But that's all right. Yeah, we're going to get the answers that we need. I'm just excited. Hey, listen, let me put this out there. Yeah, because we're going to talk some boxing today. Bam. I told you I'm going to fly. What's up, Brian? I see you. I told you I'm going to fly the kite in the chat. Let me make sure I put that because I want to do a panel real quick. Let's talk some boxing. Yeah, boom. Flew that kite right in the chat. Ain't that about a bag of nickels? Did y'all hear about that? Kellen Moore, this not got nothing to do with boxing. It just came to my phone. Kellen Moore, I seen this on Saturday, but Kellen Moore, I think he's officially hired by the Philadelphia Eagles. Y'all know Kellen Moore is the former offensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys. Him. Yeah, the Philadelphia Eagles, they hired him. I can predict all the plays that Kellen Moore used to. Y'all know I'm a Cowboys fan. It's no secret. Everybody knows that. But the thing about it is, what? Y'all gonna leave the channel because I said that? Dang, I hope the viewership don't do me like that. Don't do your boy like that. What's up, Big Money? I see you. Yeah. So Kellen Moore, he is the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles. And I'm telling you right now that I'm glad he's gone from the Cowboys. I'm glad. I used to be able to predict all the plays depending on where the Cowboys were located on the field and what down it was. You already know 2nd and 10, he's running the ball. I know all the plays. I know all 7 plays that Kellen Moore do. All 7 of them. So all I know is Philadelphia Eagles, I hope y'all do well, but y'all ain't going to beat us next season because we already know all the plays. And we got my man, defensive coordinator. We got my man. He already know all the plays anyway. So we got something for them this year again. Oh, Sheena here? Hey, Sheena. What's going on, Sheena? Where's Sheena go? There she go. Salute, sweetheart. Oh, I love when the ladies come here, y'all. You know there's a name that I was given. I'm not going to shout the ladies out just yet. I'm going to do it in 1 second. There's a name that, I don't know if it was 2 Cents Boxing. Somebody gave me the name Mac Marty. Yeah, that's a character that I'm going to start, you know what I mean? I'm going to start developing that character real soon in 2024. Yes, indeed. Who that coming through here? There you go. That's Mr. Greg. Hold on. Mr. Greg here. There you go.
Hey,
Greg right there.
what's going on with you?
Hey, I'm all right, Mr. Greg. I seen you. You said Mac Marty in the background. I seen you, bro.
That's what she called you. It was 2 cents.
2 Cents. It was 2 Cents Boxing.
It was her.
Let me give me 1 second, Mr. Greg.
Sure,
Let me pin the link to the top of the to the chat right now. So that people can have access to it. For the you pin that to the top one time. One time for the people. How your week been going, Mr. Greg?
Things has gotten a whole lot better. You know, I had to restore some order to some things. Some things, you know, got to leave it up in the hands of the creator, but everything else, you know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And it's going to get better and it's going to be all right.
Sure.
You know, my prayers and thoughts are with you and your family.
Hey, I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody who said something to me about it, including my brother Shahid. He did look out, you know, checked in. So, but I appreciate anybody who said anything that was inspirational to me. I really do.
Yes, sir. Hey, man, let's talk some boxing, man.
Yep.
We had some boxing going on this weekend. Hami Mugia, he fought John Ryder, right?
Yeah.
What was your take? I don't know if you got a chance to see it.
No, I did see it later. I kind of expected the fight to go like that. You know, I mean, Hami done had almost 41, 42 fights. He should be, you know, at that level, should be doing that. I remember when they didn't let him fight Triple G, though. A few years back, he was supposed to fight Triple G, and the sanctioning body stepped in and said, nope, you ain't doing this.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, but I liked how he looked, but again, you see what level he stayed at. So if he's going to stay that way, yeah, he'll be very good for a Golden Boy to keep, you know, grinding a little money out for him. But when he steps up, something has to happen soon, because that's a lot of fights to still have, and you still haven't really been at the very top of the game yet when you should be there. I think around 30 fights should have been when they should have really started stepping them up.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. I mean, I expected him to go in there and do what he did. I mean, we know John Ryder has took several different losses every time he's gotten to like the big dance underneath the big lights with Canelo and all that.
Right.
I mean, it was Ryder. Now, I'm not no disrespect to Ryder, no disrespect, but it's just like Jaime Munguia is undefeated. He has a lot of fights. What do you got? 40
Yeah,
professional
40.
fights?
I think it's now 41.
41 pro
Actually,
fights.
yeah.
I mean, you were supposed to go in there with a guy on the caliber of Ryder. I mean, you were supposed to go ahead and do that. But now, with all of those fights, I would like to see Ryder step up his level of competition. Not Ryder,
It's about time. I know what you're
not
saying.
Ryder.
Yeah. You're talking about Jaime.
Sorry, Munguia.
Miguel, yeah.
Jaime Munguia. And I know that De La Hoya was at the press conference talking about Canelo ain't do this. Don't worry about what Canelo ain't do with the Mexican monster. Y'all go fight him now. Don't worry about Canelo. We want to see Munguia fight somebody like a David Benavidez. We would like to see him fight Canelo, but I don't think Canelo would even give Oscar De La Hoya opportunity to make no money off of him anymore. That's just my personal opinion, because of the bad beef and bad blood that they still have all these years later, Mr. Greg.
I tend to agree with you on that. I'd like to see Jaime go ahead and say, okay, we'll wait and see what Canelo's going to do. In the meantime, I'd like to see him call out David Benavidez and show up at the press conference if he's really serious about it the next time David is fighting. Or just get some space on YouTube to just say something to him. You don't got to be insulting, but let him know, hey, I'm here now. What's up? Something like that. But you never know what De La Hoya is doing these days. Sometimes it makes sense. A lot of times it don't.
Well, they don't have anybody else over there except for Jaime Munguia and Ryan Garcia. I think they still do have what's the other guy named 147? He's out sick, and he got tested. Ortiz. Isn't he with Golden Boy, Virgil Ortiz?
Yeah, but he's supposed to be fighting soon.
Oh, okay. So
yeah, he's over the sicknesses that he's had because he's gone up to 154.
Yeah, Virgil Ortiz.
But I don't know anybody else they got at 168 out. I mean, if you want to beat up on somebody, if they're not going to step him up, put him in with Edgar Berlanga. He's 168. He needs to prove something. After he looked a little shaky, I think, the last two fights. And he got in trouble. I think he got popped for something as well. I'm not sure whether it was something in the system or something that he did. I know he got in trouble.
Yeah, I can see him fighting Berlanga. That'd be a good fight.
Both of them got fan bases. Both of them think they killers in the ring. Let's see how they act in the ring together.
Look, he can fight. He can fight David Morrell for real, because I don't think David Morrell right now. He's still green in the business. I don't think he's ready right now for David Benavidez. I know that's a big money fight. And I know that Samson Lukowicz is pressing for that fight. But I just think that I want to see him gain a little bit more experience before he get in the ring with a guy like David Benavidez. Because
you talking about Jaime?
No, talking about, we're talking about 168. I'm talking about David Morrell.
Oh, David Morrell. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
David Morrell, because he get in there with a guy like the Mexican Monster, and the Mexican Monster hurt him bad or run through him or hurt him and knock him down or knock him out, it could discourage him. But if he's in there with somebody who have a little bit more experience, because to me, he's still learning on the job, right? And I know he has a lot of fights, but I just think that Morrell and Munguia, that would be a really, really competitive fight. Not saying that him and David Benavidez won't be a competitive fight. I think it'll be a more competitive fight with Jaime. Because when you look at that fight with Jaime, Jaime was taking some punches.
The last two fights, he took some serious punches.
Yeah,
As a matter of fact, the fight before that, I thought he was on the verge of almost losing.
yeah,
I can't think of who it was he was fighting. It was his last fight, but he pulled it out. I mean, he came back, but he had to put some work in, and because the
yeah,
work got put on him. It'll come to mind. Somebody in the chat, I hope they saw the fight, put the name up because I can't see what they're saying. But that last fight that Jaime had really tested. He really got tested to me in a lot of those rounds. So, so we'll see. I mean, and again, this is the first time I said anything about Edgar. I still like to see that more so than I like to see David Morrell, to be quite honest. I think that's just going to be more compelling and more fun to watch.
yeah,
We're going to see guys who not going to leave too much space between each other and going to go ahead and do some real work.
yeah. Double salute to Manyface Publishing, my day one supporter. Thank you, Manyface, for your contribution and your support to the channel. Manyface says, I agree. I like Morel Munguia, makes sense. Yeah, I think that fight will make a lot of sense. Both of them are up and coming. They're trying to build a name for themselves. You know, those guys are on a trajectory of, you know, being a world champion and making some real good noise in, you know, the super middleweight division. But I just think that David Benavidez, he earned his right and shot to fight like a Canelo Alvarez, and then Munguia can fight Morel, and all four of them can dance around. Somebody said, CO Sense said Derevyanchenko was the guy
Yes,
who fought
yes, that's who it
Palenka. And
was.
as a matter of fact, that was him. And listen, a lot of people who sleep on Derevyanchenko, but he's always been a tough competitor. Even when he fought Danny Jacobs, you know what I mean? He didn't do too good with I think he fought Triple G, but he's always been the guy that come to bang it out with you. You know what I mean?
Actually,
So
I thought Triple G got a little bit of a gift on that fight to me.
because he gave Triple G some work.
Yeah. I mean, I thought that was going to be the end for Triple G, to be quite, at least in that fight. So,
Yeah,
I like what you just never know. A lot of the times, even if a guy take a loss or if he get a split decision loss, you just never know what happens when he comes back. I mean, the fight with Triple G to me was a good fight. With I can't even say his name again.
Oh, Derevyanchenko.
Chico, yes, that was a great fight for him, and I think him not getting the fight might have, not him winning, because I kind of thought he won or at least had a draw. I think that might have touched him psychologically a little bit. You just never know. The fight with Danny Jacobs, same thing, because Jacobs was always on. I don't know what happened to Jacobs during the time that once he broke from PBC, but he was getting the fights that he wanted to get, Triple G, Canelo, so forth. But he never seemed to cross over where he went to that next level in those fights. He seemed to just stay right there and not really go further. And I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just, maybe he had reached his peak. I believe that's probably the case. But this is boxing, given a different style, and sometimes you shine and other times you just look like you don't belong in there.
Yeah, that's true. And don't forget, I have to bring this up. You know, there was a time that Danny Jacobs, you know, he was with the snack program. And so, I mean, to me, I think once the level of competition stepped up for him, to me, he just didn't look the same. Even when he fought Derevyanchenko, a lot of
Right.
people believe that he lost that fight. I don't know, but I just know that ever since he started moving up in weight, he just haven't been. He didn't look the same. You know, he was a dominating force at 154. Then he moved up, and you know, sometimes when you put more weight on like that, your
But
body
you
is.
also have limits to how far your talent and skills going to take you.
Yeah,
It's great that you can operate at the maximum capacity of your your body with your boxing skills. With the snack program, in my opinion, do help you get there. But you're not going to be any more talented than the creative has given you. You can learn skills. You can be in the gym and study and be a good guy who strategizes and who watches how to do things. But whatever your skill level is and whatever your talent is, nothing else is going to take you beyond that. That's what you have. 154, you might be a killer. You go to 160, nah, you're not killing so much there. You go to 168, and you just in the fight. You just an opponent sometimes. And I think in many of those fights at 167 for Danny, he was just a good opponent, but he wasn't like a test to me for the guys that he was fighting. So
I mean, look, he even fought John Ryder and he lost that fight, 2 years ago. So, and that's the last time we actually saw him. And, looking at that Derevyanchenko fight, that is the guy was only 12-0 at the time. But like I said, Derevyanchenko gave him some work. That was a good fight. They both was getting it on. And that win propelled him to get that big money fight with Canelo.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That was the next fight with Canelo, man. But like I said, that was in 2018, 2019. And so, he was coming off of a 1.5-year layoff when he fought Gabe Rosado before he fought John Ryder. So I just think that once he started moving up, it was like, hang it up. And it happens. I mean, look, at the end of the day, he still had 37 wins with 31 knockouts. So he had that power. I was in Brooklyn, New York at the Barclays Center when he fought Kid Chocolate, Peter Quillen. Kid Chocolate, Peter Quillen. And I was stunned because I always thought that Danny Jacobs was going to win. I always liked Danny Jacobs as a fighter, but I didn't know that that he was going to do that well explosively in that second round. I think it was the first round. I think it was the first round.
Yeah.
And the ref came in and stopped it. I'm like, whoa, that joint was crazy.
I thought Kid Chocolate had peaked at that point. I thought that he had peaked, and I haven't seen him since. Now, he might have fought off TV or something like that, because I heard he was doing this and doing that. But on TV, I haven't seen him since. But I always thought that he had already reached his peak. And I think sometimes fights that you should get that take you to the next level sometimes come late.
Yeah.
That's another thing to consider. You might have needed that fight last year, but you get it 2 years later, and you're not the same fighter as you was 2 years ago. But that's the fight that you needed to go to the next level. And sometimes that's why the business of boxing, the sport of boxing, almost never complements each other. Because the business is always going to win.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, I mean, we've seen, even with the fight cards that's coming up, which I don't necessarily agree with in the way they're going, it's the business of boxing, nevertheless. And I've always said, and I stick to it, if you have the money to decide who you're gonna pay for, we as fans, we can decide as well. But if we funding the fight, I'm trying to fund the fight that I know I'm more than likely can make some money on or don't lose too much on. So it don't matter whether I want to see this guy and that guy fight. No, we're not paying for that yet. We're going to pay for this over here right now. And that's why we always get mad about it, because we ain't seeing what we want. But we're not the guys who putting up the money either.
Yep, that's a good point. And I want to get your take on the fights that's coming up real quick. And anybody else that want to join Live and Live in Color, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. Come on through. We're waiting for the special guest. He will be here. He gave me his word. He did have some other things going on. So we have a very special guest that I'm going to be interviewing pretty soon, Mr. Greg, and I can't wait till he get here.
Okay.
Double salute to my guy, Toon. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. As always, Toon. Morrell stops Munguia, in my opinion. It's a reason David, referring to Benavidez, ain't pressing Morrell. styles make fights. Plant was piecing Benavidez up first few rounds and, of course, got tired. Morrell has more power and better stamina. That's a very great assessment from
Mhm.
Toon. And I know that people don't like when I bring this up, but I have to. Caleb Plant did not have the snack logo on his trunks in that fight. And for some odd reason, Mr. Greg, he didn't have the gas in his tank
If you're not
in the later
operating,
rounds.
if you're not operating at the maximum capacity of your body, that's going to show up. That's the whole reason for having training and great nutrition in the first place. One other thing I want to tell you that goes into this, and something you were saying earlier, as a matter of fact, I happened to had to go to a funeral that was of Jared Hurt's grandmother the other day, and he was there and some of the fighters, and we happened to be at the repast talking about the snack program.
Oh, wow.
The young guys that's over his gym, and even him, their take on it, because I was also telling them to come on your program, et cetera, is that because they are aware of Victor Conte, they are aware of snack, they think that what's happening is the snack program takes you all the way up to the edge where it's still legal. That's how they thinking. They don't think it's illegal, but they think it's right there at the edge. If you just lean over, you're illegal. But as long as you're right there at the edge, and that's their thought on it, which is an interesting thought, because we also over the last couple of months have been finding out and hearing and talking about there are some levels or some amount of banned substances that you can have a legal amount of in your system.
That's true.
And you're also talking about when you can get the exceptions, medical exceptions, so to speak, which leads me to believe, and I don't want to go too far into it, but it leads me into believing that sometimes when you don't have the fighters aren't shown at least to have tested, it may not be because they didn't test. It may be because they both had some health issues that required an exception. Maybe one of these substances they needed for that particular health issue, although it may be legal, you simply don't want it to pop up. Plus, there could be a HIPAA issue there as well. But you don't want it to pop up and have people saying, oh, shucks, oh, damn, they was using this or they was using that. Because I think that's one of the things that did happen with Lamont Peterson. He actually did supposed to have had a exception, and it still looked like he was cheating because it wasn't announced or anything. So that's an issue that I think we're going to hear about a lot now that this program has been talking about all of these things. You see, now you're going to have to sort of reveal things you never wanted to reveal before, I believe, in terms of what your little health issues might be.
Right. And we shall see. Let me get your take real quick on this, Mr. Greg. Anybody else want to come up? Link is pinned to the top of the chat. Come on through, because I never got anyone's thoughts live yet. We just heard the announcement late last week that it is official. PBC's first card will be aired on Amazon Prime on March the 30th. The headline, obviously, is Keith Thurman, who we know haven't fought in a long time. He's going to fight Tim Tszyu, supposed to be at a catch weight at 155 pounds. Then the undercard fights include one undercard, which is the co-main event, Isaac Cruz against Rolly Romero. Let's start with the main event first. What's your take on Keith Thurman versus Tim Tszyu?
I'm gonna look at what little bit about the business that I've read and heard. PBC must owe both of them a fight, first of all. I mean, Keith Thurman to me is probably getting his fight that he's probably is still owed. He's not getting a championship shot. Okay, that's kind of fair. I think he's being sacrificed a little bit, but it's a bigger fight, enough fight for him to take. I also think with Tim Tszyu, if you remember that he was signed to fight Jamel Charlo. and then that didn't happen. So what in the business of that, they say, listen, we'll give you a fight later, and that's part of the contract that we'll take care of you later on since we took you off the unification so Charlo could fight Canelo. So I'm kind of thinking that had to play a part in it. Okay, we're gonna give you this fight so you'll still be fighting. That's how I think, but the pay-per-view part is the one that disturbs me. I get it. You got to try to find a way to make a little money on it, but I don't think it's a pay-per-view card. However, I kind of like a Rolly and Pitbull. I think that's a great fight. And I think maybe those secondary fights could have been, I think they probably would have been a better introduction to the fans that don't watch boxing, that are subscribers to Amazon and that kind of thing. But I think to come on and the first thing you do is ask for some more money after they're already subscribing to Amazon. I don't know how that's going to go. I hope, and we don't have any choice but to wait and see how well it's going to go. But I think they might have been better off, in my opinion, of not making it a pay-per-view. But I want to see Rolly and Pitbull. I don't know why. I'm just smiling at the thought of that fight. The fight between Tim Tszyu and Thurman. The very fact that Thurman has been out of the ring for almost about 2.5 years, something like that, is disturbing to me, that he gets to still fight at this level and on a pay-per-view. So that's why I also say it makes me think they owe Thurman a fight or so. I don't see nothing good happening to Thurman, and I hope I'm wrong because I like Thurman, but I don't see anything good happening in that fight for Thurman. Tim just going through I think maybe going through the motions, because I think he really wants to either get a fight with Charlo. And I wish, to be quite honest, that Crawford had at least triggered his mandatory status at the WBO. But then we're going to get into all the minutia of the business, where you can do this and do that, and it would be all confusing. So it didn't happen that way. So that's kind of how I see the fight. Decent card, not a pay-per-view to me.
Yeah. So you already answered the question. I was going to wait until you was done to answer Sheena's question. Yes, it is a pay-per-view card. Yeah, just want everybody to know, if you don't know already, this is going to be a pay-per-view card. Now, it's Amazon Prime. I don't know what their price point is. I would naturally assume that they're going to charge way more than ESPN did. I think ESPN Plus is $59.99. I believe the Zone is also $59.99. They're always in the same price range, but of course, Showtime through the PBC partnership was always about $89 and up. So I don't know what Amazon Prime's pay-per-view price would be with their new business relationship, but you are right, Mr. Greg. They did owe Keith Thurman a fight, and they also owe Tim Tszyu a fight. Keith Thurman has always been a pay-per-view attraction, obviously. So, it's unlikely that he'll ever fight on a regular network. Once you go to pay-per-view status, unless you're fighting a 10-round fight, most fighters don't say, all right, I'll take a regular fight if I'm not going to be the A side. Now, in this case, we don't know if Keith Thurman is the A side or not. I mean, he can sell tickets, no doubt about that, and he can promote. I would assume that he might be the A side. He's got more experience. He's a former world champion. The problem is he hasn't been in a ring in almost, I think, 1.5 years at this point, if I'm not mistaken.
Seems
Carl,
like more like 2.
Almost 2 years. Almost 2 years. Carl Brown is here, my guy Lucky, and
hey, Carl, Lucky.
And that whole boy is here. Hey, Carl, I mean, what's your take? This is our first time even talking about this live. Yeah. What's your take on this PBC card, March 30th, man? Tim Tszyu, Keith Thurman.
I'm still waiting to see what the other fight's going to be on there. I mean, we got 2 of the matches. I mean, I don't think it's pay-per-view.
Erickson Lubin fighting. I forgot who he's fighting, but he's on there too. First card.
That's a nice. The only way I would accept, and this is me as a boxing fan, because I know we're gonna have to pay something now that we know that it's pay-per-view. And the main reason why I think I'd be happy just on the fact that we know it's pay-per-view now, they got to make this card. I mean, they got to make this pay-per-view at least like the most $39.99.
Oh, that's not gonna happen.
I know, but you know what I mean. But hey, that's and it's the crazy part about it, man, Jamadi. I'm still gonna pay for it. I'm still gonna pay for it, bro. Because you know why? Because I think Keith Thurman going to knock him out. I mean, I could be 100% wrong, but I think Keith Thurman going to knock Tim Tszyu out. Tim Tszyu remind me of Cambosa. Like everybody that he fight, even when you go, what's his name, Harrison up in there. Everybody he fought, they was shot, stabbed, and stepped on. You know what I mean? They was done. Let's be real about it. Besides Mendoza, I said, oh, you know what I mean? He sold me something. But everything that he did other than that, I expected out of Tim Tszyu. Everybody that he fought and what he did, besides Mendoza, I expected for him to do that. But I think Keith Thurman, I'm telling you, Keith Thurman about to have he about to have boxing going crazy again because first of all, not only did Keith Thurman sell this fight, Keith Thurman really could punch. And we may say he can't take a body shot, and I'm not even a big fan of Keith Thurman, but I'm just looking at it like it's that jumping in and out that Keith Thurman do. You know that he don't jump in a straight line. Keith Thurman come off these little weird angles and way he shoot, and I think that this my bad. I think that Tim Tszyu he gonna catch you with a body shot, and I think that he gonna get like regular Tim Tszyu, like it's over, and he gonna think that and Keith Thurman's just gonna be there waiting, and Keith Thurman gonna catch. Keith Thurman got heavy hands, yo. Like that dude got heavy, and he got that check hook off the back foot too. Like when people think he about to go in running mode, he got that night. He catch everybody with it. Keith Thurman.
So you think Keith Thurman gonna knock him out?
I think Keith Thurman gonna knock him out. What he want? I'm talking about like it's gonna be a shocking. Oh, everybody! I'm telling you, I think it's gonna be a knockout. Like Keith Thurman. It ain't gonna be no. Hold on, baby. Look, it's not gonna be. Yeah, I get it. It's not. I don't think it's gonna be one of those knockouts like Keith Thurman. Back in the day when he was setting it up and he was going for it, and I just think it's gonna be one. It's gonna be off the back foot. He's gonna knock him out. I'm talking about out cold too, sleep.
Oh wow. Oh man, we gonna see.
Even at 155, Carl.
That's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. Man, Jamadi, you had somebody on here talking about, and I don't know the exact words, but I'm pretty sure you're gonna understand what I'm saying. But, when he was saying about some of these fighters that didn't move up in weight yet, and when they do, that how they what he said something about their muscles get to breathe or something like that, and then the dude that was breaking down one of them
officers that do strength and conditioning or something, right?
Yeah, he was on your channel.
Yeah,
and to be for real, when I first heard of this fight, word of one, no lie, when I first heard of this fight, I straight up said like, dang, I don't even like Keith Thurman. I said, but dang, Keith Thurman about to get the world mad.
We gonna see. We
gonna
see.
I think he's knocking him out.
We gonna see. Hey, Lucky McKinnon, you still there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on with y'all?
What's going on, big dog? Hey, Lucky, real quick, man. This is the first time we had a panel talking about these fights. March 30th, pay-per-view, Amazon Prime, first card for PBC, Tim Tszyu, Keith Thurman, and then Pitbull Cruz against Rolly. I mean, what's your take on both of those fights? I mean, you don't got to say who you think is going to win if you don't want to. If you do want to, that's cool too. But what's your take on both of those fights, man? This card.
I think it's a good start, but not for pay-per-view. But I don't. I mean, what is the other way for them to sell the fight if they on Amazon? I'm not sure because I'm really not into Amazon, Prime like that. But I do feel like it's a good card. Pitbull versus Rolly, that's a hell of a fight. Um, but I've been, I've been on your channel for a while talking about Keith Thurman.
Yeah.
I've been talking about Keith Thurman for a long time. So I'm happy to see Keith Thurman get this fight. And but I don't see why like some people don't want to see Keith Thurman. He only had one loss. Like we got other fighters like Deontay Wilder. So many people they ready to see him fight again. He got more losses than Keith Thurman. So why do people don't want to see Keith Thurman? I don't understand it, but that's my take on it.
Okay, got you. What about Pitbull Cruz? Pitbull Cruz and Rolly, man. Both of them always go for the knockout.
That's why I said it's gonna be a hell of a fight, man. With that one, Rolly suspect, man. We haven't seen Pitbull a suspect, even against Tank. Even against Tank, he have a little suspect. So I mean, you got to go with Pitbull in my eyes, because he gonna push Rolly back. Rolly don't like to get pushed back, so it's gonna be a difficult fight for Rolly to win. It's gonna be very difficult.
I would have to agree. Pitbull don't stop. He really a pitbull in real life. He gonna keep coming, and I don't think Rolly. I don't know. I mean, Rolly can slow him down. I just don't see him slowing him down because he's not a boxer. But we gonna see who that right there. That whole boy. You still there, brother?
Yo,
Yeah,
yo, manager Marty. Salute, bro.
Salute, brother. What's going on with you, man?
Shout out to everybody on the panel in the chat,
yeah.
too, man. Salute to all y'all, man.
Salute, bro.
Real quick, March 30th. I mean, first card for PBC, Tim Tszyu, Keith Thurman, live on pay-per-view. Pitbull Cruz, Rolly Romero. I mean, what's your take on this card, first and foremost, man?
Okay. My honest opinion, I think it's a solid card for a beginning. Their new venture with Prime, right? It's a solid card. What I don't get is how these so-called diehard boxing fans is actually shitting on the card. Like, you have a former unified champion going against a potential champion. I don't really want to call Standing on as a champion, but he was there in line for it. He didn't get to fight Mel for it, but you know what I mean? I think that's a solid fight. First of all, for Stanionis, not for Keith, for Stanionis to solidify himself as a champion.
He not fighting
Yeah,
standing on this.
But he fighting Tim Tszyu though.
Oh shit, I'm tripping. I'm my fault. Tim Tszyu. Excuse me.
That's
I was thinking about the welterweights. Excuse me. My bad. Misspoke. Well, I was talking about Tim Tszyu. You get my premise, right? So I think it's really for Tim Tszyu to stick out and stand out for everybody. We already know what Keith is. We already know one time. You know what I'm saying? But with that Rolly and Cruz fight, this is for Rolly to actually show his ring IQ against Pitbull, because he is a come forward haymaker throwing ass dude. So it's really for us to see how Rolly can stand up to the pressure and what his ring IQ and generalship is really like. You know what I'm saying? So I think this is a solid card, and for us to be diehard boxing fans is saying, oh no. I think we need to will it back, because we don't even know how much they're going to charge for this fight. First and foremost, we don't even know how much they're going to. I think they're going to charge about $50 for this fight, for real. I think they're going to set it up like how the Zone got theirs set up, because most of the people are already with Prime. They already have an account with Prime, so they're not going to overcharge those people that's already with Prime. We got to think about these kind of things. This is business first, right? This is business first. So the business module always been working, and I know Al Heyman and the PBC and them guys over there have great minds when it comes to business and putting on fights, man. They giving us the best fights for a very long time. And just because this starter card isn't for what we all been hollering for, it does not mean it's not a solid card. You know what I'm saying?
That's correct. And I will give my business take on it after my guy speak. I believe this is his first time on the panel live and live in color. So salute to my guy, Johnny Ortiz, my man Johnny. What's going on, Johnny?
What's poppin', manager Marty? What's good with you?
I'm good, bro. Good to see you, man.
Shit, same here. I just left the gym a couple hours ago.
Okay, bet. What's going on with you, big dog?
Man, just keep low grinding, man. February, I got a whole lot of traveling to do, so I'm prepping for that.
Absolutely, man. I love your business mind when you call fights. We got Tim Zoo versus Keith Thurman. We know Keith Thurman hasn't been in the ring in probably a year and a half or almost 2 years. He's fighting Tim Zoo, 155. Then you got Rolly Romero. He has a new trainer. He's not with the guy Bullet anymore, to my understanding. So he got a new trainer, but he's going against Pitbull, Estock Pitbull Cruz. I mean, what's your take on the card first? And then what's your whole take on both of these fighters? Both of these fights, rather.
As a card boxing wise, it's definitely a solid card. Then you got I think Lara defended his WBA on it. It's like a good good 4 or 5 matches on it that I've seen. And but as an overall like pay-per-view seller, to me, nobody give a fuck about Keith Thurman. Like he's inactive and he just talk a lot. Like to me, Keith Thurman hasn't really shown anything since back the last 5-6 years. So, and Tim Tszyu is not big in America. So, am I expecting it to sell a lot? No, but as an all around card, like matchup wise and all that, it should be solid and it should be interesting.
Well, one of the things that surprised me, and I forgot, you're right, Aaron's Landy Laura is going to be on the card, and I might have to reach out to Danny Garcia and his people. I thought Danny Garcia, the last time I talked to him, we were talking one-on-one, and he told me that they was putting together, actually he was telling me this for a year now,
Yeah.
Aaron's Landy Lara and Danny Garcia, but he's not even going to be on this card. I think Aaron's Landy Lara fighting somebody like random. I
Yeah,
don't know what that's about.
he fighting his mandatory. They forced his mandatory on him, and Danny and them. Was speaking to Danny, it kind of hurt with the whole Showtime, and they kept on getting pushed back because they had 2 agreements for last year. But then, in the convention, the Lara opponent did their job. They went down to the convention and forced it.
Yeah.
But from I haven't spoken to Danny, but Danny, he got 3 good names. I haven't spoke to him yet. I'm gonna see him in person that they getting ready to line him up with. So we'll see. Is that 154 too?
Yeah. Oh, Michael Zarafa. That's who it was. Zarafa. He gonna fight Landy Lara. That's
But
who
yeah,
that was.
as like a seller and all that, like Keith Thurman, to me, just outside of like the boxing, nobody give a damn about Keith Thurman. Nobody know outside of in America, nobody know who Tim Tszyu is. I think Rolly probably right now is messed up to say because he ain't the best fighter on the card, but Rolly and Pitbull probably to sell in America.
Yeah.
That press conference should be real fun between
I was
Rolly and
just about to
Pitbull.
say that.
That's gonna move the fight. That's gonna move the needle a little bit. The press conference between Rolly and Pitbull.
I think Pitbull don't got like that personality. Rolly gonna be Rolly, but
He's
I don't
gonna
think
roll all over him. He's gonna be a foil. That's what's gonna make that interesting because Pitbull don't have the same kind of snapbacks and comebacks that Rolly will have. Rolly gonna show up being flashy. He
do
gonna talk
Pitbull
a
even
whole lot
talk
of
English?
No, I don't think Pitbull even talk English.
Yeah.
I think his interpreter and them be talking for him.
But I got Pitbull beating Rolly.
Yeah, he gonna beat Rolly. Sebastian Fundora, my man G
Yeah,
Money.
Fundora on that card too.
He on that card
Fundora
too.
on that card.
Okay.
This
Like as a
card gonna
card,
be.
it's a solid card, but as a sell, like Keith Thurman, man, nobody. Keith Thurman been talking bullshit for years. He last fight was Mario Barrios, then went. I call him runtime Thurman. Like he fought Pacquiao and.
Well, I got to defend Keith Thurman on this because I did defend him at the time of the fight with Pacquiao, and I have to take my glasses off and say this because Shahid El, he's shaking his head. Yeah, you probably know where I'm going with this. But Manny Pacquiao's performance looked enhanced to me when he fought Keith Thurman. I just wanted to put that out there real quick. Not saying
he
that
lost. Whatever Keith Thurman says, that's why I didn't like how he talked that shit on Scooter versus Anyway. Man, you lost to old ass Pacquiao. You didn't lose to that Pacquiao that was coming up all them weight divisions, putting niggas out of there. He would have put Keith Thurman ass out of there.
Yeah, yeah, man. What you got Zarafa on the card, Aris Lara. You got Sebastian Fandora, Pitbull Cruz, Rolly Romero, Keith Thurman, and Tim Zoo. Man, I'm gonna keep it 100. They trying to justify because you'll see in a couple of weeks this car is gonna be 89.99. I'm just gonna tell you right there because they got all these heavy hitters on it. Now I don't know if all of the fights are going to be pay-per-view televised or not. That part I don't know, but man, that's a $90 card right there. That's a $90 card with them heavy names. But at the same time, the first time you go out there and put a card like this on this magnitude with in the beginning phases, it wouldn't hurt to charge $70-some. And then the reason I say this because the price point for ESPN is $59.99. The price point for the Zone, $59.99. The price point for Amazon Prime is definitely going to be more because of the product, the level of the product that they have over there compared to ESPN Plus with Top Rank, and of course the Zone dealing with Matchroom and De La Hoya. They just don't have the product. None of those three promoters compared to PBC, and of course PBC can use it as leverage to get the big bag right up front for the licensing fees to pay for all the product that they have. I mean, I always say this, that you got PBC, they got Androids and iPhones when it comes to the product. But everybody else, they seem to still have Boost Mobile.
And Manager Marty, you made a good point because you got to think about the way PBC first started. They were stacking those cards, so
Yeah, and
it
it was
ain't gonna
free.
hurt nobody. Yeah,
It was free.
but we all know the pay-per-view, like you just said, is everything you just said. The pay-per-view is mainly for how many good names gonna be on this card though. Because remember, they ain't even finished yet. We know who's gonna be in it, and everybody on this panel is a fan of them. No matter if, like old boy just said, he bumped what Keith Thurman talk about. But at the end of the day, he know that Keith Thurman can fight. He know that it's a possibility Keith Thurman could get a knockout. It's a possibility Keith Thurman could give us a good fight. I'm talking about get caught with a nice body shot and still protect himself and then still do something the next round or the same round. Like we know this coming out of Keith Thurman. Everybody that's a boxing fan know that no matter how much we look at it, that fight gonna be something.
He just haven't been. I think if this was 2016, 2017, I'd probably give you that.
Yeah.
But nowadays, I don't see Keith really.
Yeah,
I
see
just
it
don't
either.
see him turning it around.
I got Tim
get
Tszyu winning, but when it comes to Keith Thurman, right? That's why I said right now, Rolly Romero is probably the biggest attraction on that card. When it comes to Keith Thurman, you know him being a Black American, his brand, nobody can relate to Keith Thurman. It's just his personality, stuff like that. Nobody could be like really relate to Keith Thurman. Now, when he was fighting, he was active against Danny, Sean Porter. He had the right opponents and he was active. That would make people, interested in Keith Thurman. But him taking them layoffs and all that shit, and then him coming back and expecting the fan base, he don't got that brand. That's why when they try to this little, like, the little Boots, right now, Boots is a hotter name than you, bro.
Yeah,
like it's just reality. That's why I was like, if I had to do an estimate how much this show would sell, I don't know, because Tim Tszyu is not known in America. Nobody know the hell Tim Tszyu is in America. For a big name, I'm surprised they don't put him in Australia, but I get they trying to market this on PBC. And then Keith Thurman, nobody outside of a core boxing guy gives a damn about Keith Thurman.
But I think that fight is being pushed pretty hard in Australia because Tim Tszyu has a big following in his own country. Plus, he has the benefit of having his father being big there as well. So he's highly, highly, highly known and promoted in Australia. I don't know what those numbers would be just from Australia, but I suspect whatever kind of deal they made, If whatever the pay-per-view numbers are over there going to be, I believe Tim Tszyu is getting the lion's share of that. But in that particular country, I think that's one of the ways he's getting paid. This is my opinion of that.
No,
Well,
but like it's a different, right? They got a different pay-per-view system over there. Same thing with
Yeah.
overseas. I'm talking about in America. How would it sell? Nobody
Well,
knows.
you got to get to know. We would have got to know him a little bit better had the Charlo fight happened. So to use that as an example, but because it didn't, he was still owed to fight. This is just my thoughts about it. And so, two people who were owed a fight get the fight on the opening card of the new deal with Prime. That's how it seemed to work out.
yeah, we'll.
What
I mean,
what would my bad?
well, before we go, I gotta let Shaheed L get his take on it. He's been waiting patiently.
What's
Shaheed,
going on, Shaheed?
what's going on, brother?
Peace to everybody on the panel. How everybody be today?
Good, my brother.
Salute, bro.
Yes.
Salute, fam. My outlook on it, I agree with Brother Gregory and Brother Carl Brown. They both had two valid points as far as Keith Thurman, and Mr. Ortiz said the same thing. A lot of people really don't care for Keith Thurman, but I think in that they overlook Keith one-time Thurman because I see Keith one-time Thurman as an undefeated fighter still. Because when you got to think about it, when he fought that one Packroyd guy, I think that Packroyd guy was on the juice. So I still see Keith one-time Thurman as an undefeated fighter in my eyes because we already know that Pacquiao, when he fought Ugas, I think there was a stringent testing that was done because he was supposed to fight Spence, and Spence had the eye injury. And you see how when he fought Ugas, it was a different fighter. He was a different fighter when he fought Keith one-time Thurman. Keith one-time Thurman still gave him the work. He been out the ring, like Mr. Gregg said, for the last 2 years since February 2022 when he fought Barrios. That's his last fight. That's going on 2 years when he fights on March 30th. The fight before that was Jose Cito Lopez, I believe, to where he got hit with a body shot and he got hurt. But let's just be honest. Keith one-time Thurman, kind of like Carl Brown said, Keith one-time Thurman was that man before he had the little surgeries with the elbows and whatnot. And I'm not gonna count that brother out. I'm not gonna count him out now as far as him getting in the ring with Tim Tszyu. He's gonna have to show improve. If he shows improves against Tim Tszyu, that he can reignite his career and showing that he really never left. He just went and fought a fighter off the juice, similar to what Victor Conti said. He said, correct me if I'm wrong, his words not mine, as in manager Rotate Marty says, his words not mine, that he suspected that Pacquiao been on the juice all his career. So when I think that he fought Keith one-time Thurman, allegedly, I think that he was on the juice. He was a completely different fighter when he got dismantled by Ugas. So when I think he gets in the ring with Tim Tszyu, I think that will be his chance to ignite his career. If he loses, I think it's time to hang it up. That's just my outlook on it. But I'm not gonna count Keith one-time Thurman out with one fight or with one loss, as I see him as an undefeated fighter since he fought, many pack juice.
Now, what about Rolly Romero against Isak Pitbull Cruz?
Pitbull Cruz he's gonna dismantle Rolly. That's gonna be. I think that's easy work for Pitbull.
And I want to add something since you brought up Pacquiao's name with regards to Keith Thurman. And I made reference to this way before I had a YouTube channel, but Adrian Broner asked for drug testing for the fight with him and Keith, with him and Pacquiao, and you see the difference. Then when he got in the ring and fought Keith Thurman, before that, Keith Thurman was on record saying he don't care about drug testing. He's still going to beat Pacquiao. And sure enough, they did not do any blood and urine testing for that fight. And we've seen the outcome. In fact, you saw how he looked against Broner, talking about Pacquiao. Then his next fight was Keith Thurman. You've seen the difference. And then, of course, after that, you see the difference again when he fought when he fought Ugas. So, you know, I'm not accusing Manny Pacquiao. I am highly suspicious, and I've been highly suspicious of Manny Pacquiao since about 2008 or 2009. So it is what it is. And, you know, people whisper in the community of boxing behind closed doors when it comes to Manny Pacquiao for years. But, you know, that ain't my place to repeat. I'm just saying, I understand your point, Shaheed, when you talk about Pacquiao.
Do you think that Floyd had an input on that in Broner's ear to make him say, "Hey, watch this guy, man. Make sure this guy does some testing." You think Floyd's influence was upon Adrian Broner?
If not Floyd, I'm not sure about Floyd because I know they was still going through their little back and forth stuff. I know for a fact I wouldn't be surprised if Al Heyman had his eye. If Al Heyman was in his ear or Sam Watson or somebody like that, I wouldn't be
You
surprised.
think about it. Pacquiao, every time he gets tested, he's not the same fighter. He's not. He's not the same fighter. When Pacquiao has to have tests, he looks completely different. Like when he fought Floyd, he looked complete. He didn't look like the same Pacquiao that fought Ricky Hatton and Juan Manuel Marquez. He didn't look like that. He looked like a completely different boxer when he got in the ring when he had to be tested. If you go back and look at all the times that you knew there was testing for Manny Pacquiao, he was not the same individual.
And his
my
preparation, even when he be preparing for the fight, he prepared for the fight different too. When they talk about testing, look how Pacquiao prepared for his fight. When they ain't tested, Pacquiao be like a kid in a candy store. But yo, better to Marty. I meant to say, I know everybody else probably thinking Pitbull Cruz. I think that Rolly retarded, that retarded strength. He gonna catch him coming in. Rolly gonna catch him coming in. I think Rolly gonna catch him. In the Rolly game continue. Bro, I think Rolly gonna catch. I don't think Rolly. Nah, I think they the way they got it made it's for Pitbull Cruz to win. But I think Rolly's strong, yo. Like, did y'all see? Like, even when he caught Tank, when Tank, pay attention to what happened. See, I be paying attention to little things too. When Tank got up, remember he said, "Yo, he doing his elbows and all that stuff." Remember, Rolly landed a shot and it hurt it. When Tank started rubbing his back, I know what that's feeling. I've been rocked before. I'm pretty sure a lot of people been rocked. I've been rocked before. When Tank was rubbing on right here by his spine, by his neck and all that shit, when they was fighting, that was, he's trying to get that off his back. Like that was a mean punch that Rolly landed on him. When Tank got shoved down after that. Like, go back and look at that fight. Word is born.
It
Like,
stiffens you up. That's what happened.
Rolly pulled him. Pay attention to the Tank what Tank do after he got up. When you pay attention to the part when he start rubbing on like the back of his neck, you know that it feel like it's metal. You know what I mean? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Like when you get hit hard, when you get caught with a nice shot, it's like you said, it stiffens you up, and it feel like it's like a itch, but it's not an itch. But it's like metal. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but that's what Tank was feeling. I felt that before. And that was a punch from Rolly. Hit hard, man. And I think Pitbull, he didn't show me nothing different besides a dude that just know how to come in. Just come in. Like, Rolly got a jab too, y'all. I know Rolly ain't no good fighter. And I'm keeping it real. Rolly is like for the elite, but for somebody like Pitbull, Rolly could catch him, man. Rolly could catch him because that dude going, yeah, man. Rolly could catch him. I mean, he could catch Rolly too, but I think Rolly got a better chance of catching him first. Pitbull coming up to 140, he want to make a statement. I'm not this. He got the little man complex. Man, Yeah.
Has the promotion for the fight started yet? Any advertisement? Because I really haven't been seeing
No,
anything.
they just
The
officially
press
announced
conference.
it. They
The
just
press conference. My bad.
Oh, okay.
The press conference I think is on the 31st. I just seen it today. The Tim Zoo and yeah, they press conference I think on the 31st. I think the
Okay.
31st. I
Yeah.
just seen it today. They
Let's
on
see how
PBC
much
today.
fun that'll be.
That gonna be nice. That gonna be nice.
So I have a question to everybody on the panel, real quick. I know everybody's talking about Rolly, the 31st. My man Andre said in the chat the 31st. Everybody's talking about Rolly's power. Well, Pitbull can punch too. Y'all think Rolly got enough chin
Nope.
to deal with Pitbull Cruz? I'll start with you first, Johnny. What do you think about Rolly Romero's chin?
You know, Rolly been, you know, been hurt, dropped, stuff like that. But to me, just Rolly don't got no IQ. Like, I think Pitbull got the higher IQ than Rolly, and then Pitbull is really active, and then Rolly is not going to know his distance. Now, does he got a puncher's chance? Yeah, but I don't think just a puncher's chance is going to be able to beat Pitbull, and I don't think Rolly going to be able to keep Pitbull off of him.
What say you, Lucky? All right, Lucky, can you hear us? I can't. Lucky, can you hear us? I can't hear Lucky. Hold on, let me see something. I can't hear Lucky. All right, we'll spin a block on Lucky since I can't hear him. That whole boy, can you hear me?
He's still muted.
Oh, there you go.
Yo, bro, can you hear me?
Yeah, quick question. I'm asking the panel real quick. Everybody's talking
Yeah, can you hear me, family?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about Rolly Romero's power. Do you think he has enough chin
Okay.
to deal with
You
Rolly
asking
Romero?
if
I mean, to deal with Eastside Cruz.
I don't see, that's a hard question to answer because we seen him rock a couple times. My fault. But I seen Rolly rock. If he took some
All right, something's wrong with his phone as well. Lucky, you still there, Lucky?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying, I don't think Broly might make it, man. I don't know. I don't know if he's gonna make that fight. He got a suspect chin, and he just showed it once before. But Pitbull has the right aggression to get Rolly out of there, and that's the whole thing about it. He got the right aggression to get him up out of there. He's gonna press him the whole fight, and Rolly don't want that. Rolly don't want that. He gonna be on that back foot. He don't want that. So I mean, if Rolly win, he'd improve something to us. If he don't win, it's already expected.
Got you. Hey, listen, the special guest, he is here. Our boxing talk is concluded. The special guest is here. I'm going to let all of you get off of the panel. I'm going to introduce the special guest. I thank each and every last one of y'all for coming up. Double salute to each one of you guys for coming up on the panel. Come in the chat. Get your super chats ready. Support the channel because the special guest is here. I know most of you respect him. We're glad that he's going to give us his time. We all know a lot about him. We talked a lot about him. In the past, most of us have learned more about him from the Netflix documentary. Most of us have stated that we basically wished we could talk to him and hear his thoughts on where he is in his life. I was very vocal about the things that I was impressed by him and the things that I admired by him based on what I saw, from the documentary. Most of us have seen the Netflix documentary, and he's here now. And I'm glad that he is here. Let's give him our undivided attention, if we may. Um, he has a very busy schedule. And so he found it not robbery to come here. As the viewership is increasing exponentially, get your super chats ready. Prepare your super chats now for your questions that you're going to ask him towards the end of our interview. And I'm talking about a guy who is a special athlete. And I don't even know. I wanted him to give himself um, an introduction for some of you that might have not seen the Netflix documentary. And I'm referring to the Netflix documentary that's called Untold Hall of Shame. Salute to 2 Cents Boxing. She's in the chat. She talks highly about him as well, as we've been going back and forth in excitement for him to be here. And I'm talking about none other than my guy. He is here now, the great Mr. Tim Montgomery. Thank you. Welcome to the Roller Tape Podcast, Mr. Tim.
I want to thank everyone for having me and finding interest in my story. My name is Tim Montgomery, two-time Olympian. Had the world record in 100 meters, and I always say I had the world record because I feel like track and field is it's just like any other sport. It's tainted, and it's controlled by individuals for their own best gains. Uh, the year that I did break the world record, I wasn't with Victor Conti, as y'all could see from the documentary. Uh, I don't understand how he could think that performance enhancing drugs can stay in your system a year later. It doesn't work like that. If it was in my system, I have never been tested positive with anything in my system. But I am guilty because I would tell you that I did use performance enhancing drugs in 2001. Okay? So I'm here.
Hey, I mean, that was a heck of an introduction. I appreciate it, man. Let's start from the beginning. I have the crowd here. People in the chat. You probably can't see it. They are saying that they admire you. They're speechless. They're giving the emojis of fire, which means that they know that this is going to be a great interview. They're happy that you are here, man, and so am I. And let's start from the very beginning because most people don't know your history. From when you started in track and field, how old were you when you first was motivated to like become like in this sport when you were younger?
Well, I'm from Gaffney, South Carolina, where we didn't have a track team. The biology coach was the coach. I wasn't looking to run track. I played football. But as a child, my dad then was in Vietnam, and as a child, they used to party a lot. And my uncles would slip me liquor to make me go to sleep. Because if I'm asleep, then the party lasts all night. If I'm up crying, upset, my mom would tell everybody to leave. So my stomach lining was messed up as a kid, which enabled me not to gain weight. So I was very small, but I always been very fast. I played football. I was scoring about 6 touchdowns in Little League. Uh, the coach, I was the first football player in Gaffney, South Carolina to move from 9th grade to play varsity. And everyone in the locker room didn't understand that. So they was out to make me quit, which I ended up quitting. And I was at junior high, back in my time, junior high was still in middle school. We wasn't at the high school yet. 10th through 12th was at the high school, and we was 7th, 8th, and 9th grade. and I saw this guy wearing a Letterman jacket, and I asked him, I said, "Where did you get that Letterman jacket from?" He said, I run track up at the high school. If you could be down here in ninth grade and run track since we don't have a track team." So I was like, "Oh, I gotta get one of them." I couldn't get one in football, but I need one of them because no one around the school had one. And when you would go to football games and you go to the parking lot and the football players after the game, they have their Letterman jacket on, they have their girl with their Letterman jacket on. Everybody wearing Letterman jackets. So prior to that, I used to street race. My cousin used to take me around and race older people for money. And I would always street race. So he took me up to the high school, and the track coach said, "Hey, I really don't have a spot right now because track season already in. And what do you run? Do you run the 400?" And I said, "How far is the 400?" He said, "1 lap." I said, "I know I don't do that." He said, "Do you run the 200?" I said, "What's the 200?" He said, "Half of a lap, go around the curve." I've never did that before. I only ran from mailbox to mailbox, stop sign to stop sign, put your hand up and go, right? So I was like, "I run in a straight line." He said, "Okay, I tell you what, go over there and race them guys right there, and we'll see where you at from there." So I went over there, and he said, "Set," and he shot the gun, pow. I'm in the hood, so when you hear gunshots, you go. Everything went black. I don't even remember crossing the finish line. I just remember getting ready to walk away, and he was like, "Hey, hey, 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 ho, come back here." And he was like, "Where you going?" I was like, "Oh, did I win?" He said, "Yeah, you won. You beat all my senior athletes." So I ended up running track. I ended up getting my Letterman jacket. I ended up ready to quit because that's all I wanted was a Letterman jacket. But I ended up running to a guy named Stephen Davis. He played football for Auburn. Uh, he beat our football team. He scored 6 touchdowns on our football team. So no one had beat Stephen Davis. And I was going to meet Stephen Davis in regionals. And so they was like, "You going to quit now?" I said, "Yeah, all I wanted was a Letterman jacket." He said, "What about Stephen Davis? He's never been beaten before." So I said, "Okay." So I went to regionals and I beat Stephen Davis.
How
And
old were you, Tim, when you beat Stephen Davis? How old were you?
I was ninth grade.
Hmm.
Yep, Stephen Davis. Stephen Davis ended up beating me in state, but he jumped the gun. He ran 10:28.
Wow.
I ran 10:33. This was ninth grade, y'all. And so I got so mad, and I thought he was going to be in the 200. So I went over in the 200, and I killed it. He didn't show up for the 200. And I ran 21:01, broke the South Carolina record, and won state. I got second place in state in the 100, and got first place in state in the 200 at 19 years. How was I then? I probably was 15
Hmm.
years old. I wasn't
Wow.
I wasn't driving yet. So so that happened. And then at 16 years old, I went over to Barcelona for the West Exchange team, and I won the 100 and 200 over there internationally. And then from there, I didn't want to leave my town. I had never been really out of state or anything like that to talk about it. And I had scholarships coming in from everywhere. But I was one of them people that if it didn't fit in my pocket, it didn't go home with me. So I wasn't really into school. You know, I thought carrying a book bag or carrying books was for the nerds. So I didn't pass the SAT nor the ACT. So Clemson, I got letters from everywhere. And so I just was sitting on the block one day, and my friend had got this gun. And in South Carolina, we wasn't used to seeing walking around with guns. We used to fight and hit with bats or something like that. And he was from Baltimore, and the police came on the block, and everybody ran. And he dropped his sack, and the old man picked it up. And when we got back there, someone told him that the old man picked his sack up, and he asked the old man for his sack, and he said he didn't have it. He ended up killing him.
Wow.
So I ended up running straight to the house. I called Mark Block at Clemson. He ended up getting me he really got me half a scholarship because I was so late. School out in Texas named Blinn Junior College said they would take me, but I would have to pay my own way because they're giving out all scholarships away, you know? So I caught a ride to Texas, and when I got there, I weighed 128 pounds. He said, no, you can't run the 100 meters. There's no way, you're too small. So he started making me do the 400-meter workouts, and I would never finish them. So I would have to wake up that morning around 5 o'clock and finish what I didn't finish the day before, and then be ready for workouts with the rest of the team in the evening. So I was getting ready to quit, and I asked him, I said, Coach, can I just run the 100 one time? And he said, okay, I'm going to let you run the 100. And he put me in the 100, and it was at Arkansas. I ran 10:20 against Vince Henderson. Yes, I ran 10:21, my first 100 meters outdoor at 19 years old. And then 3 weeks later, I won the junior college championship with 9.96, broke the world junior record.
How did that make you feel coming from North Carolina? You traveling to another state, you actually accomplished something that you wasn't thinking about at first. How did that make you feel being small? You know, they Tiny Tim is what they called you, and then you did it. How'd that make you feel though?
It gave me a sense of I'm the man, you know. I had never been really, I had really kind of like been the man, but in track, you're really not the man because no one they see you as being fast, but football in my town or basketball takes dominance over all sports, you know? And so it gave me a sense that I made it, you know, because I had Nike, Reebok, Adidas, I had Asics, everyone calling me now saying they wanted to sign me. I went home. I thought it was going to be one of $1 million contracts. And they came back and said 75,000 and bonuses and this, that, and the third. And, you know, dudes on my street had 75,000 in the shoebox. So that really didn't impress me that much, you know. So I ended up going back to college. Ended up going to Norfolk State. Ended up going overseas, running some track meets, and that's where I was at. And then 3 weeks later, they say the track was 3 centimeters short. So my life has been on top, and I've been squished like a bug multiple times, you know. My football career was squashed by the guys that didn't want me on the team. I broke the world junior record. I done it the right way. It was squashed because they said that the track was 3 centimeters short. So then we found out that they measured in front of the white line. We put our hand behind the white line. So then they came back and said it was the wind gauge was against the wall and not in the middle of the field. Well, I don't know what the wind gauge was. I showed up that day, and this championship had been ran years after years and years and years and years. And now, because I didn't go to a Division I school, this is what y'all saying, you know. So right there, I said, you know what? I'm going to break the world record. I'm going to do something they cannot take away. And we know how that ended up. They took that away too. So
Well, let's unpack that. Let's unpack that slowly. So at that point, when you realized, hey, they took that away from me, what did you do next? Did you go back to Carolina? What happened? What did you have to do?
So on which one, the world junior record or the world record?
The world junior record.
The world junior record, that was hard. I was 19 years old.
Yeah.
I ended up going back to junior college, and my coach took a job at Arkansas. because they thought he was this great sprint coach now, since he had this guy Tim Montgomery. He had Henry Neal before me. Henry Neal was a good athlete too. Henry Neal ran 10:08 at that track. Okay. Daniel Effion that got fourth place at World Championship. He had ran 9:99 on that track, and that I beat him. I ran 9:96, and he ran 10 flat the day that I beat him. So it wasn't like there wasn't people in the race that hadn't been proven. So from that point on, I was never into a system until I got to Raleigh, North Carolina. All the other systems was I was still partying in the streets, having fun, going to track practice. I never took it as a professional. And I never seen myself as the business. Right?
Yep.
And now that I coach athletes, that is the biggest problem with athletes. We never see ourselves as the business.
Yes.
If we don't take care of the business, which is ourselves, the
Right.
business is going to fail.
That's correct.
Right? So while we're making this money is not to be spent on outside of the business stuff. The money is supposed to be spent on bettering the business, meaning massage therapists, nutrition, the best coaches, the best recovery. And then after the business is done and you retire, now you look back and you count the money,
Yes.
But we try to spend the money during the time that we performing. I got guys now that I train NFL players that in college they couldn't go to Cancun, they couldn't go to All-Star Weekend, they couldn't do all this stuff. They had to be there training. As soon as they get an NFL contract, they going all over places, and that's the same thing as an athlete. You got the athlete that when you don't have a shoe deal and you're not taking these pictures or you're not in these magazines and you're traveling all the time, you don't have no interruptions to your training, right? So you straight training. And when you become a professional athlete, most athletes fail when they get on top because all the interruptions start to happen in their life. And you can't let things that come into your life interrupt the business, which is yourself.
That's correct. Yeah.
And even when we go in business, I have a business now, a gym, right? So 1 year it may do good, right?
Yes.
And I take the funds and elevate my life. New car, new house, new jewelry, new clothes. You know what I'm saying? Next year don't do so well. Now I'm stuck with the things that I elevated and scrambling to keep the things based off of 1 year business doing well. And that's how we do in our performance. Our performance go well, we get a check, and we go push our life to the top. And then the next year we don't perform so well, and now we have the pressure of keeping the things that's on top of us going. Where if the stress is not money, your life is a lot better. That's why it's called retirement, right? When you retire, you're supposed to have enough money to carry you for the rest of your life, and that's why you retired. But a lot of people don't reach retirement because they spend it before the retirement.
Yep. And Tim, that was one of the motivational factors that got me into the professional world of boxing management. And that's one of the first things I teach the fighters that I either advise or manage. You are the business, and the business is you. And so not only do I help with asset protection, but it's about the mentality of getting them to understand that they are the business, and they have to get into the mind frame of the understanding of how they present themselves, how they take control of their finances instead of giving it to a financial advisor and those type of things. That what I do is I teach financial literacy to them so that they can control their own and manage their own finances, along with teaching them about them being in the mindset of business, right? And this has nothing to do with all the other work I got to do to prepare and negotiate fights on their behalf. I just do this, and no, it's not in the contract for me to do it. It's not in the commission's language of contracts where we sign with fighters to do it. I just do it because of my background and my heart for the boxers, based on what you said about them being athletes, not understanding that they are a business. And I'm sure it took you. How long do you think it took you to understand the what you're saying now, as far as where you were before being the business, and then now where you are today? In between that time, how long would you say it taught you to understand, hey, I am the business. The business is me.
Going to prison. So I would say 29 years old. Going in there and coming back out and have a reflection of seeing the mistakes that people are making now. And I said, that was me. I said, that was me. I made so much money in my lifetime.
Mm.
And for me to be out here giving I'm glad I'm able to give it up. You know, like I said, I tell people all the time, my downfall is your blessing.
Mm.
Because had I never failed, I don't think I would be out here in the sun trying to teach you how to sprint, teach you how to be a business. And that's what happened to a lot of us when we succeed. We don't reach back and give the knowledge to those for them to succeed. And I'm just gonna say it. It's our community that don't give back. I've
Yeah.
been a taker myself, you know,
Yeah.
and now I try to be a giver. And we should always try to be a giver, because if you give, you're gonna have room to receive. You know,
Facts.
I have learned that. I learned that the more I give, the more I'll be like, oh man, this month hard. And guess what? Every month I get blessed. Beyond what my blessing should be, I get blessed because I gave up something.
Yes, sir. That's true. It's not only is that a spiritual principle, that's even a principle of life, a life principle. You know what I mean? And right now you're giving up something. You're giving up your time. You're investing your time with us, and we appreciate it, Tim. And most people look at all of the tragedy that unfolded in your life, basically about what we saw in the Netflix documentary. But like I told you privately, I'll tell you publicly right now, the thing that I love the most about what you told your son, it really had an impact on me in the Netflix documentary. I'll get to that part, but I just wanted to say that because the life principles that you're applying now, I'm sure you are applying those principles to your sons. And your son asked you in the Netflix documentary where I referenced, and I spoke to you about this before, what do steroids do for you? And instead of you saying it makes you stronger, it makes you faster, it helps you build muscle, it helps you recover, it helps you do this, you said it ruins your life. And I thought that was the most profound answer that you could have gave, not just to your son, but all the viewers, that watched that Netflix documentary. It ruined your life. So before we get to that part, let's get to the part where your life started to unravel. At first, you had a good trajectory going up because you were winning. Let's start with the Project World Record. Now, you had a coach, your track coach. Was that Greg? Is your track
That
coach?
that was Trevor Graham. Okay.
Trevor Graham. Trevor Graham, right? How did you
Yeah.
get connected with Trevor Graham?
So this is so in in the world of track and field, as I was on the circuit, you start hearing things like, or you start feeling things, or people start running fast, and you start saying, and people start talking like they're taking something, right? So it's all right to say somebody's taking something, and then you say, what are they taking? And they may say, oh, they doping, or they taking steroids. Okay, then you gotta find out what type of steroids, right? Then you gotta find out how you gonna get a hold of the steroids, right? Then you gotta find out how you gonna beat the test, right? So when I went to while I was at Norfolk State, I had a friend by the name of Ernest Wallace. If you ever hear the clip say, "We miss you, Shampoo, and your grams too," well, Shampoo was a street dude. While I was at Norfolk State, I had the jewelry, I had the cars, and the local gangsters thought I sold drugs. They never. I was still, because I was still on campus, right?
Yeah.
The craziest thing, I was making $275,000 while I was at Norfolk State.
Wow. Was that process legal?
No,
Because back in the
no,
day,
no,
and even
no,
now, you ain't supposed to be making no money while you.
no, no. So I had to deal with Asics, and they was out of Japan. So I would get it in cash, and back then they pay you in cash at the track meet. So when you went to go run, with me being the world junior record holder, I was in demand to be the next thing. So I was making money, $6,000, $10,000 a race over summer overseas. So I would bring all that money back home with me. So I was at Norfolk State, 275, 250. I had a house worth 375,000.
So they would
And
catch you at the track meet, Tim. As soon as you there, they just come and slip you the cash like that.
no, they got a room. Once you get them running, it's a line. And you go in there and they got your name on a sheet, and you be like, okay, you get $6,000. Here go your $6,000. Carl Lewis, you get $50,000. It was a cash room. Back then, at these track meets, it's called the cash room. Like, you may be in that line for 3 hours, 4 hours, waiting for your time to go in there and get your money.
Wow. How much they get Carl Lewis?
Oh, he would get like 175,000 cash. They were coming back home with, oh goodness,
Dang.
it was all cash back then. Wasn't no wire transfers, wasn't no none of that. It was all cash. Cash. So
So the
so then
drug dealers, they thought you was hustling.
they thought I was hustling. So they was looking to come inside my house and rob me. The good thing for me, I had all the track guys at the house all the time. So they try to recruit Shampoo to help them come in there to navigate all the people. And so he saw me out, and he came to me and warned me. So me and him became friends.
Wow.
So I felt obligated to him, you know. So I went out. I had the Mercedes, I had the Jaguar, I had the Lamborghini, I had Pharrell stand over to the house. This was Pharrell, Sweet Pea Whitaker, Bruce Smith, Teddy Riley, Missy Elliott.
They always at your house too?
Yes. I was listen, I'm 19 years old with 700. These people all coming up at the time. They was all in the rise, I was the guy in Norfolk with. So I had the pool, I had the parties. So 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 I got Shampoo this Mercedes, and he was still in the streets, and he ended up getting killed. So I really didn't know who done it, so I was trying to get out of town. So I went to the 1999 Seville, and I saw Marion Jones running. I was like, "Oh, she's in North Carolina. I'm from South Carolina. I could still go to Virginia and hang out. And she a female. She run that fast. Her coach should be able to help me." So I went to him and said, "Hey, I'm looking for a track coach." He said, "Oh, I got Marion. I ain't got a male sprinter. So yeah, let's do it." So I ended up in North Carolina with Marion Jones. That's how we ended up training together.
Wow. And at that time, though, I know you said there were whispers going around in the community of track and field. Did you suspect that Trevor Graham was doping Marion at the time or anything like that, or you just didn't know?
I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know. And so when I got down there and I started training, I mean, I couldn't even walk, right? And I was like, "Yo, what's going on down here?" And he was like, "No, they get massages, they take care of themselves. Here go your list of items. Go to GNC, and you have to go to bed at 7 o'clock. You have to take care of yourself. So I go, okay. So I gave that a shot for about 2 weeks. I still couldn't walk. And one day the drug testers came down the hill and everybody took off running, but me. They all
You
hit
mean
the
like
wood.
scattered running, like
Yeah,
running
yeah.
away from them?
Yeah. They all hit the woods. So I'm like, he was like, run. And I'm like, run for what? He was like, you clean? I said, yeah, I ain't never took. Listen, I told him, listen, I had never even took protein before. I hadn't even take no vitamin. My regimen was marijuana, chicken wings, Hennessy, Tanqueray, and beer. That's all Tim Montgomery had ever seen in his whole entire life until 1999 I moved down there. So by 2000 I had never seen a performance had some drugs. They even talked about taking any type of supplements.
How you hold up? You know, track and field is totally out of my league. I don't know anything about it. I'm not an expert. I don't know how it works. Boxing has always been my. How you was able to do that? You smoking weed? You sipping the henny? Eating chicken? How was you able to do all it? I mean, natural talent, right?
Natural talent, and that's what takes you so far, you know.
Yeah.
It only lasts for so long. You see a lot of people with natural talent, and as they get older, you be like, what happened to that cat? Well, what happened to him that he didn't take? It's like the talents, right? God gave one 5 talents, gave one 3 talents, gave one 2 talents. You know, you have to take care of that talent. You have to you got to water it. You got to do the right things in order for it to multiply. You know, and or not, then the talent is not going to work for you. And and it's no telling what I could have been. And I always look back at my life and I say what I could have been, you know? And like when I told my son, I said, it's easy for me to put you on steroids. That's easy. What's hard for me is to not do it and do the right thing,
Mm.
you know? And you may be upset, but at the end of the day, you don't have to live with regrets, okay? Because regret keeps you up at night.
Mm.
Regret keep you from going forward unless you can put them to the side and be honest about them, you know?
Yeah.
A lot of people hold in. That's why they got psychologists. You sit on the couch, all you doing is letting everything out. You know, people, if you don't let it out and let the world know, listen, this is what I done. I feel so much better by telling them that I messed up. They don't take that, you know what I'm saying? You may think it takes something away from me, but I'm 49 years old and I weigh 170 and I just benched 345. Look at me now. I take my shirt abbed up, chest up, you know what I'm saying? So I never let you try to take nothing away from what I know I done. You feel what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Because that's what a lot of people do. Oh, you would have never been fast if it wasn't for steroids. It ain't for me to tell you about my past, right?
Yes.
I guarantee you can't beat me now. And I'm 49, you may be 21, 22. So
Wow.
so I don't even listen to that because that's what my company stand for, Numa. Never underestimate my ability. NUMA, Numa. I underestimated myself
Mm.
by trying to please others. Because
Yeah.
anytime you say you can do something, guess what they're gonna say? Let me see it. No, you can't.
So you
If you
learn how to guard your talent.
right, if I say you in the boxing world,
Yes.
matter of fact, I was just on the chat with Floyd Mayweather yesterday, and I would say he's the greatest in the world. And if you're in the boxing world, you don't see that he's the greatest in the world, then you really not in the boxing world.
Yep.
You really don't know what it takes to be in that ring. You really don't know what he gonna endure to be where he at.
Yep. That's facts.
You know, And you look at all the boxers before him and where his life has put him with the education that they say he don't have. I think he did real good for himself.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And he had the right people around him. And that's the key. Having a
That's
good team, having a good team of people that will hold you accountable, educate you, and still be there in those moments where you don't feel like you are good, when you don't feel like you've accomplished enough. You just have that support system. That's the words I want to use. A support system around you is very key and critical as an athlete, especially in boxing.
but you know what's wrong? You know what's really wrong is you walk inside a boxing gym to get trained by people that don't have a clue what they training you. If
Mm,
people be honest with people and say my talent can only my coaching can only take you this far. You need to seek this person out. A person and kids waste so much time. I got so many guys coming to me right now, and they've been coached by someone. They come over, they don't even know the first A skip, dorsiflexion. They don't know anything.
mm.
And I say, you know how far you've been set back? I mean, you showed up every single day for this guy. Because that's what you do. Whoever you got in your life, you trust them to get you where you think you want to go. You tell them your goals and you show up every single day, and this guy has no clue on where to take you.
Mm. Yeah.
And you blame yourself for not being great, but you can't blame yourself for not being great. You need to blame yourself for not switching and going to where you supposed to went to. Like that's what made me go with Charlie Francis, you know? That the reason I went with Charlie Francis because I was trying to beat Maurice Green. So I said, who can I find? Same thing with Trevor. I said, if Marion running this fast, he has to be able to train me. Little did I know, training a woman and training a man is two different things.
What's the differences? Give us some differences between training a woman like Marion Jones and then training someone as talented as you as a man. What are some of the differences?
Well, a male gonna have more muscle fibers than a female. So a female gonna have more muscle endurance than a male. So the recovery and what you put on a male is going to be different from what you put on a female. That's why a female sprinter can run 100, 200, 400. Not a lot of males going to go and mess with that 400. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Because they got less muscle, white muscle, and more red muscle that gives them more endurance. See, a white person, they got all red. They ain't got a lot of muscle, so they can run distance because they got more oxygen getting to the muscle, you know, and throughout the body, so they can go for longer. We've been bred as slaves to have more muscle because we needed more power to ply or to push, to pull, to pick up the cotton. So it's based on how we bred. You get a pit bull, he's full of muscle. You get a Saint Bernard, he's fatter, he's bigger. You see what I'm saying? He don't have that tone. He ain't been bred to have that tone.
Yeah.
So a female is, and then if you train a female like you train a male, you'll mess the female up because the training won't go, it won't go right for her. So it's a fine line. That's why you haven't seen Usain Bolt coach produce a female like Usain Bolt, you know, and then you ain't seen Usain Bolt produce anything but Johan Blake and Usain Bolt. If you a great coach and it's about your coaching, you should be able to produce more than
Right.
more
Right.
count. You know what I'm saying? So then you have to say, okay, what is really going on?
So,
What,
quick question with some in the documentary, the Netflix documentary, you talked about a mentality, a mindset that you had just to win. And I want to get to that mentality so that you can educate the audience here. So when you were with Trevor Graham, you saw, okay, I'm with him now. I see the regimen that's happening with Marion Jones. I'm in. The mindset. I want to talk about that mentality, that mindset to say, you know what? I know exactly what's going on. I'm talking about when you realize, wow, there's steroids and illegal PEDs going on. Before you decided within your heart, within your mind, what goes through the mind of an athlete when they're confronted with that decision to make? Like when you were confronted with the decision to make to say, you know what? All right, I'm all in. I want to do this. What's the process like mentally as an athlete?
Well, once you say it only could be one, right? You go to Nike and they say, "Well, we got Maurice Green," or you go and they say, "We got Otto Bowden for Reebok," and you go and they say, "We got Dylan Bay for Adidas. We got Frankie Fresh for Mizuno." You know, so you say in your mind, none of these people I know can beat me clean.
Mm.
The shoe contractors don't care about what they're doing. They only care about if you beat them. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna do like 50 Cent. Get rich or die trying.
Yeah.
So I equaled the playing field, and guess what happened? I went straight back to where my talent would have had me if everybody was clean. Like, where was y'all guys when y'all was juniors? Where was y'all guys when I was coming up? Y'all came from nowhere. You know what I'm saying? How you go from 10-2 to 9 seconds, 9-8, 9? It just I don't know. And then you can feel power. Like if I push you and a regular person push you, you're like, okay. But I'm on steroids and I push you, you may think I'm a superhero. You're gonna know that's some unreal power. So when you're in the blocks and someone can just get away from you like that, you question the whole circumstance. So I said to myself, you know what? It's like the person that sell drugs. The day you pick up some drugs and say I'm gonna sell drugs is the day you saying I want power, I want money. That's the same mentality you say when you use steroids.
Mm.
I'm gonna see where this take me. Because if you don't and you sit back, you just gonna be out of there, you know. But I can't really say that because, like I said, I was never 100% in, you
Yeah.
know. So had I had someone set me down and help me be 100% in, then I don't know where I could have been at 100%.
Yeah.
Now I'm like that, right? I go to the weight room and never 3 hours, 4 hours. I live in it for free. And when I was getting paid, I complained.
Got you. So with that being said, you're with Trevor Graham. You know in your heart that you're really better than all of the competition. But of course, they're not being natural in their abilities to win. So you go to yourself and you decide within your heart and your mind, this is what I'm going to do. Now, what was the process like mentally when you started to see your body change, when you started to see the results of the steroids and PEDs? I'm sure that was a process as well. Can you walk us through that process as well?
Well, I seen in 1997, I ran 992 and Maurice Green ran 990. And he licked his tongue out, right? This was in Indianapolis. I was 100% clean. And from 97 to 99, 2000, he kept licking his tongue out.
At you.
At anybody he crossed the finish line in front of.
Mm.
So I took that as a direct, he's doing it at me. So I went up to him to fight because I felt like he disrespect me. He's like, no, man, this is show, man. This just show. You feel what I'm saying? See, I was still on some street mentality
Yeah.
type of stuff out there running, you know?
Yeah.
but he was showing disrespect because I didn't feel like he was respecting. I feel like he was cheating. You know what I'm saying? And if you're gonna cheat, just cross the finish line. Don't do all this licking your tongue out and taunting and all this stuff. So I said, you know what? If he gonna fight like that, I'm gonna fight the same way. So when I went past him, it was time for my tongue to come out. And that's why when I crossed the finish line in 978, I was shooting the guns. Because you've been shooting this whole time. Now it's time for you to get shot.
It ain't fun when a rabbit got the gun, right?
That's right. That's right. So, but like I said, I look back at it and I know for a fact that I did what I had to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
I did what I had to do. And I paid the price for doing what I had to do.
Yep.
And now I'm living the life day by day, being able to even tell the story. You see what I'm saying? Because I may not even have a story to tell had I just been a world record holder and somebody broke the world record. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
This story right here resonates to. I'll take it back. Let's go. Hold up. I went to talk to the school, and they was like, "Oh, you ran track. You don't know nothing about these streets." And then I let's talk about the 4 years I did for selling hair. Let's talk about the $5 million check street. Let's talk since you don't think I know. And I reach more people when I tell them I went to prison. And this is what you're gonna be faced with. You're gonna see 2 feet. You're gonna see 4 feet going the same way in the shower. Y'all didn't get that, right?
I got that.
You're gonna see 4 feet going the same way in the shower. So if I can't give you this conversation, had I not been in that conversation, it's hard for me to tell you the run 4.2 if I never ran 4.2. It's hard for me to say run 9.78 had I never ran 9.78. But when I tell them I did what I done, or when I get on the bench and show them 315, 325, they listen more. You feel what I'm saying? So sometimes my past helps the future. Same thing with the Bible. The Bible is just talking about the past of everybody else.
That's correct.
Had none of them things happened, we wouldn't have had a Bible.
That's correct. Yep.
So I hope I'm laying down some gospel today to anybody that needs to hear it.
Oh, you absolutely are, because none of us knew that you went to jail. We had no idea until you just said it. Of course, the Netflix documentary didn't point, that stuff out. We didn't know your history in the streets. We didn't know any of those things. And I want you to, share those things with us. I think he may have gotten a call. He probably got a call. Sometimes when your phone get a call, it blacks the screen out. So we're gonna wait for him. Get your super chats ready, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Road to Take Film crew. I am going to ask your questions, and whatever you want to say during your super chats to Mr. Tim Montgomery. It's a blessing to have him here. We just have some technical difficulties. He may have gotten a phone call. Usually when someone get a phone call, their screen go black. So we'll wait for him to come back, because he may have gotten a call. All right, I think he's. Let me see here. Well, anyway, oh, there you go. All right, Tim, we here.
Hello?
Got you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes. You got a phone call, right?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. All right, hold on. He gonna come back through. He gonna come back through. Listen, what y'all think so far? He's gonna come back through. We live and live in color. You ain't gonna find this nowhere else. So that's why I'm glad that you're here. We got Tim Montgomery. You know what I mean? He gonna come back. Let me see. There you go. All right, he's back.
I'm sorry.
It's all. You got a phone call, Tim?
Yes, I'm
That
sorry.
usually would happen when somebody get a phone call. It's all good.
I'm sorry.
So it's all good, man. We appreciate your time. All right. So listen, right? So you with you said you were speaking the gospel, and yes, you absolutely are. And before we get to how you went to prison and all of that, let's go back a little bit because you stopped at Trevor Graham. Now you have the mentality of this is what I'm going to have to do. Now, at some point though, you encounter Victor Conti. Now I know Trevor Graham, obviously at this point, we all know that he was getting some of the substances from Victor. Now, did you encounter Victor one-on-one? How did that exchange happen when you met up with Victor Conti?
Okay, so before then, you know, Trevor had told me about testosterone, and I went to Christy Gaines, a former track athlete that I had been talking to, and she was like, "Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Is that what Marion using?" I said, I think that's what Trevor told me, you know. So she got me in touch with Victor, and Victor was like, "No, no, no, you get busted tomorrow. Don't do that. Don't do that." Right? So I told Victor, I said, "Hold up, let me I was over in Germany, and so I had Trevor call Victor three-way, act like he wasn't on the phone. Well, when I got off the phone with Victor, Trevor snaked me and hit Victor on his own, and that's how him and Marion got together.
Oh, God.
So
So how did you hear? But how did you know about Victor Conti's history?
because Chrissy was telling me about him. So me and Chrissy was dating. Chrissy Gaines was dating. And so she wanted to know what was going on with Marion because I was in the camp now. And so I told her what Trevor had told me to use: testosterone, EPO, human growth hormones, you know. And so she was like, "You sure they using that?" I was like, that's what he tried to get me." And so she was like, "Okay, you need to talk to Victor. Victor, my guy, right?" And so I had Trevor call three-way to Victor, and then after I got off the phone, Trevor called Victor and told Victor, "You know, Tim just a small fry. We need to talk about Marion. She going to for 6 gold medals, whatever, at the Olympic Games, this, that, and the third."
Oh, so he tried to do a separate deal without you in it.
Yeah.
Oh,
So Victor then hung up with him, and he called me back and was like, "Yo, you had Trevor on the phone?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Yeah, he called me. He's a snake." Boom, 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 boom. Right? And so Victor made a deal with Chrissy because Chrissy was going against Marion, right? So Chris was like, "No, I need to beat her," but Marion paid enough money, so Victor ended up giving Christy Gaines some money for working with Marion.
so like
Okay,
we call that step aside money in boxing. So basically,
okay,
he basically was like, well, listen, I know you want to beat her, but she's giving me the check, so I'm gonna break you off. I'm gonna
yes,
give you a little something of the money that she's giving me.
yes. So that's how the Trevor Victor combo. I found them. You know what I'm saying? So that came from the streets, going out finding connect. That's what we
Yes,
call
sir.
it.
Yeah, you talking my language now, brother.
Yeah, that's like going out to the street. You know, Shampoo taught me how to go fishing. You know, you go to New York, you find you one, and they get tired of traveling, then you know, they give you the whole load.
That's right.
And so from that point on, the game comes full circle, you know. So and then so Victor was like, "Yo, Tim, Trevor don't have a clue. I'm gonna get you in touch with Charlie Francis." And then that's when we all met out in San Francisco and came up with Project World Record.
And that was in 2000, or was this still in 99?
This was in 2000.
because according to Victor Conte, and I know you know better than all of us, I'm just keeping it 100 with you, like I've always been.
100%.
Victor Conte was on the Netflix documentary. You heard it, you saw it.
Huh?
He said he didn't start in doping and
Oh yeah, 19.
cheating
Hold on. 19.
and
He
in
started,
2000.
he started in Marion in 2000. Yes, Victor. I went down there. I moved down there in 99. Victor didn't start till 2000. I was in Germany. Victor and Marion started probably a month, a month before the Olympic Games. Probably a
Right.
month before the Olympic Games.
But he already had the pass before 2000.
Yes.
You see where I'm going with this, right?
Yeah, 100%. So
All right.
he was already working with Christie. He was already working with a lot of athletes prior to that, you know.
Yes, he was.
So our boxers, I mean,
Bill, hey, he had Bill Romanowski,
Romanowski. He had a
Shannon
ton.
Sharp
Listen,
in the Broncos in '97
yeah,
when they won the Super Bowl.
Victor been doing this forever, right? So
that's right, since the late '80s. For real.
Yes. So he's really big in the boxing world now. That's all he do is boxing.
Oh, we gonna talk about that, Tim. Oh, you better believe you and I are gonna talk about that.
And so Victor, we went out there. I didn't go back. I didn't see Victor to face to the Olympic Games. He came to the Olympic Games when he was working with Marion, and that's when we met face to face and we started going out. I got him into the Olympic Village and everything else, and and then from that point on, after the Olympic Games, that's when we came up with the Project World Record coming up for the next year. And then in 2001, I ended up running 9.84. I ended up taking second in World Championship, 9.84. I think Maurice ran 9.82. Yeah, Maurice ran 9.82. And so after that, right there, now we're in full. So then Victor was like, "Hey, I made you." And I'm like, "Huh?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "Listen, how much if I got a headache and I buy some aspirin, the aspirin costs me this much to take the headache away, right? So you telling me you want me to give you 35% of my earnings?" And he was like,
he's for context purposes for some of the audience that just came in that may not have seen the documentary. Most of my audience did. So at that point, the reason why he said he made you is because he was giving you the HGH, the EPO, the clear,
the clear, yes,
the THG, the clear, and the insulin, correct?
yes.
So he felt like he made you.
Yeah, he felt like I couldn't get the clear from anyone else. You see what I'm saying? That's the only thing you couldn't get from no one else. It's the clear. So that was his golden goose. But little did he know, I had already snuck some clear to Charlie Francis, and Charlie Francis had it tested, and I also had it tested at the University of Duke.
Now, why'd you have it tested?
Because I wanted to find out what it was. Because I knew I had to go beyond the supplier, because the supplier was a nutcase, okay?
Yes.
So what he thought I might have had, I had to give it out. So so what he was giving me, I was giving the way to be tested. So when I ran 9.84, I wasn't really on it because it was making me tight. You see what I'm saying? So I felt like I didn't need it going forward.
The clear.
That
makes you beat the test, correct?
Well, yeah, it doesn't show up in your test. Yes,
that's
but it don't
right.
help make you beat the test. That is it's like anything is. If everything got a code, if the code don't come up on the system, then the code don't have nothing to talk about.
Right.
Well, the code wasn't on the system because it wasn't a code for it.
Right.
Okay. So it was tremolone, but they took something out of tremolone. So if you take something out of something, the only way you can see if it's working is by using it on someone.
Yes.
Well, we found out that it was better to use on a woman than a man because it drops your epic testosterone. You know what I'm saying? It drops it and suppresses your testosterone. So for a male, it makes you really tight. and that's why he came out with the next version, the cream in the clear. I never got the cream. You see what I'm saying? Testosterone cream to balance back out the testosterone to bring it back up. I
Right.
wasn't around for that. I'd already left them.
Right. Now, when you had the HGH, insulin, of course, the clear and the EPO in your system, can you educate the audience? Now, I asked him and certain people about what EPO is. I'm sure there's other.
EPO kind of like made me cramp, right? So EPO is supposed to be something that makes your blood produce more red blood cells so you can go longer, right?
Yeah.
So cyclists and anyone else that want to have more endurance in their muscle try to use EPO, right?
Yes.
But my blood type, it made my blood thicker, so it made me sluggish. Okay, but I'm a sprinter, so I didn't have to go that far, so I didn't have to use that. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm just running rounds in the 100. I don't even do the 200. So I found out I didn't need that, right? Now the human growth helps you recover, right?
The
And
HGH,
excuse me, yeah, human growth as HGH, yes,
human growth hormone.
yeah, it and that's hard to detect too because we produce it normally, right?
Yes.
And you produce it more when you sleep, and that's why a bear has a lot of testosterone because it hibernates. Uh, the wolverine has a lot of testosterone because it hibernates, right? And that's when you release more of your HGH is when you in sleep. And we know that if you get sick, the first thing you want to do, and that's why the hospital got hospital beds, is your body rebuilds when you sleep. So if you go to the hospital and somebody's sick, most of the time they sleeping because their body is trying to produce HGH to recover.
So that means you can actually
Recover from a workout. So you
train. I was about to say you train hard.
Yeah, so if you train 6 hours a day, it may take you 2 days to recover, right? If I'm on HGH, I'm gonna get more training sessions in than you are, so I'm gonna get a lot more better than you. If you train 2 times a week and I train 4 times a week, 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna be better than you, right? So all this is based off of you being able to recover quicker than the next person, so you can train harder than the next person, and as longer than the next person.
Got you. Now the insulin.
The insulin, it's someone like a steroid too. You know, it's insulin growth factor. So insulin is something that a diabetic have to take to bring the sugar levels up, right? We know sugar also helps build muscle, and that's why bears look for honey, and muscle is glucose. You know, for strength and energy. If the body, sugar is almost like cocaine. It makes you hyper, and insulin balance that out in your body and gives you more strength. That's something that can't be detected. So you basically can get off you can get all the gains from a steroid. I'm just going to tell you, right? A person can go somewhere and receive the gains from a steroid, right? In the off season, they can jump on a cruise. Ain't no drug testers going on no cruise trying to test you on a cruise. So you jump on a cruise and get all the gains from the muscle, then you just maintain it with the HGH and insulin, right?
Yes.
Something that can't be detected. Steroids can stay in your system up to 10 days. If you use oil base, that's the wrong testosterone to use because it goes into your fat cells, and when you sweat or your urine, it may leak out. So your test may come up positive after you sweat. So most people use water base, which only lasts 10 days.
And in boxing, just so you notice, Tim, there is quote unquote several anti-doping agencies, but the problem is they only test you 8 weeks before you're going to fight. So in the off season or in training, you can do whatever you want.
Oh, well, then there ain't no system, and that's why Victor Conte moved to boxing.
That's correct.
He moved to something that he can manipulate, and not just that. He gave them the formula to catch people, but he only gave him enough formula for him to beat the formula. Now,
you said it in the Netflix documentary too.
Yeah, that's one thing about that leopard. He'll never change his spots.
So you're basically stating there's a likelihood, more likelihood, that he's in boxing doing basically the same thing, because now not only does he have all of the ingredients, not only has he been doing this all his half his life at this point, but he has connections. You might not know this, but I do. He has connections with the testing agency. I mean, like,
Wait,
help them.
he runs the testing agency. As far as they want to know something or something come out new, let's do this right here, okay?
Come on.
Victor Conte is a good tar player, right?
Yes.
Let's just call it what it is.
Yes.
Victor Conte has never fought a professional boxing match in his day in his life, okay? Okay,
No.
let's go back to Memo.
Heredia.
That was my first person that Trevor put me on to go get the testosterone from.
That's where Trevor was getting it from to give it to Mary.
Yes. I went down to Laredo. I went to Laredo and stayed with him, Memo.
Yep.
We crossed over the border because his daddy was a veterinarian. He was a veterinarian for horses and stuff.
And his dad run a successful business out there.
Oh, you better say it. So they both.
I know his history too.
Yeah, they both got it. I know both of them. I was with them when that was the first person Trevor sent me to go see. And that's when I came back with the testosterone, and that's when Chrissy told me not to take it. And the same testosterone I came back with, CJ Hunter ended up getting busted during the Olympic Games.
In 2000, he got busted with that nandrolone.
That was the same testosterone I bought back from. I bought a big vial and I gave it to Trevor.
Barry Bonds got caught with that nandrolone.
Yes, he did.
Andre Berto, who was with Victor at the time in 2012, got busted with that nandrolone.
Listen, the conversation we having, it's the same conversation I was having about Maurice Green. It don't matter until they get caught.
I know.
And once you get in the ring, your job is to beat the steroid. Right? If you don't beat the steroid, you lost the fight. You can have this conversation about Victor. We can have this conversation about Memo. And they're going to continue to do, both of them working for the government, first of all. Yeah. And fighters don't care as long as they can tell them they can win.
Yep. That's true.
So Victor's still going to get athletes. Memo's still going to get athletes. And the world of boxing and the world of track and field and football and baseball, it's just the same way as America. People worry about who's going to be president. I ain't had a good president since I've been born. So it really don't matter to us who the president is, because we got to deal with day-to-day life anyway.
Yes. Yes. Now, I will ask you this, since you brought up all of the HGH, EPO, insulin, and all the stuff that we know now that's still happening in boxing. There's a way to regulate all of that. You wouldn't be able to remember all of this stuff. So, of course, it's a calendar that you all were going by. We learned some of this by the Netflix documentary. That calendar. Can you talk to us about how that calendar worked?
Well, this is Victor's experimenting, right? You know, you got a pharmacy. You got a pharmacy guy, or anybody that graduated from school that knows how to make a new drug, right? Or a drug. FDA gonna put it on the shelf for 10 years, right? Testing it. Well, if I'm in the kitchen and I'm cooking and I want the people in the front room to taste my food, what I do, I say, taste this, right? And if they say, oh, it needs more salt, it needs more of this, it needs more of that. Well, these people go out and find athletes that's ready to make that move to go to the next Tim Montgomery stage, right?
Yeah.
And they tested on him, right? So Victor was using this calendar just to see and monitor on how we felt and what we did and how I was trained this day, so he can use these dosages. Because at first he was just giving straight clear and it was just too strong. So we started to cut it with Flexi oil. You know what I'm saying? So we was really guinea pigs, right? And I found out right off bat because stuff was happening. And he was like, oh, no. If you know the direction, you should know the shortcut.
So you
See,
mean when he was saying, you were telling him, hey, something's not right, but he was
right.
saying, no, you good,
Yeah,
you
you
cool.
good, you good, you good, you good. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have a comeback to it, you know? And that let me know this was his first time down this road. And
Right.
that's when I started to go over his head and started to try to figure out my own thing. So I already figured out my own thing. So when he said 35%, I said deuces. And then he went and got Dwayne Chambers, and he ended up trying to recruit other people, Kelly White and all these other athletes, and I still crushed them.
Chambers and Kelly White, they both tested positive for a banned substance and got banned. Kelly, she got banned for 2 years.
And I still crushed him and wasn't working with Victor. That was my biggest, because Dwayne Chambers was right there in lane. I was in lane 5. He was in lane 4. And I knew he was working with Victor. And you can read his book, and his book tell you that I seen him and Victor in Miami. And I went up to him and said, oh, that dude right there gonna get you busted.
Mm.
He says in the book, he said, I seen Tim Montgomery in Miami in 2002, and he told me Victor Conte was no good. And I told him right then, I said, you'll never beat me.
But there's a picture though, Tim, with you and y'all
Dwayne,
both. Yeah, y'all both was wearing ZMA at the time y'all was in them 2 lanes. Did you know that?
no,
I've been doing research on all of this for
I
15
gotta see
years,
the
Tim.
picture because that ain't true.
I send it to you.
Yeah, do that because Dwayne, hey, listen, from my knowledge, Dwayne came out to me, right? Because if he was working with Dwayne, he could have been working with Dwayne at the same time. But I
That's
know
yeah.
my knowledge, I seen Dwayne and him in Miami, training, and we was down there training also. And so I told Dwayne about Victor, and Victor was on a chat line saying that he had a new sprinter that was gonna knock me off. In 2002, my first race indoor was a 6:48. My next race was in Africa. I ran a 9:96. And Victor thought it was he was like, oh no, he got stockpiles of clear. There's no way. Based off the calendar, that is what you gave us, that dosage. So I don't know where these stockpiles of clear come from because ain't no drug dealer sending you more drugs than you supposed to have without payment.
Yeah. Yeah. That is true. And I
So,
think that's why you said in the Netflix documentary that you were going to continue to try to beat the races without him or without
yeah,
whatever he was giving you, right?
yes, because it wasn't no more of it. I gave it out to be tested by Dr. Farrell and whoever Charlie Francis let it check tested in Canada, and we came back that it's better for a woman than it is for a man. And so he ended up coming out with the cream uh to pull up people testosterone. He changed the formula a little bit for Dwayne Chamberlain. But yeah.
Now, does he have a lab where he manufactured it himself or he gets
No,
he
no, he used Patrick Arnold. Where's that Patrick Arnold? It was someone else that was making the clear. Victor was buying it from him by the
well
bulk.
the chemist was doing
Yeah,
the clear, right?
chemist. Victor just the drug dealer.
Yeah.
Victor don't manufacture nothing but lies. He don't do nothing but fabricate stories, right? But I mean, it's hard to turn down a man when you trying to get on top and you don't understand that if you don't get on top the right way, it can all crumble down, you know?
Yeah.
So if you're a young boxer and you in this dirty gym and you done won a couple of fights and you see this guy come up talking about he gonna give you this and give you that, come over to his camp, he take you in here, and this is what everybody doing, and you have to worry about getting popped. Victor haven't had nobody test positive since he been working with him since.
I would have to agree with you.
And I didn't test positive. Mary didn't test positive. Well, she test positive for EPO,
Yeah, later on.
And later on, that's because you try to go off and do it on your own road. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
when you got a doctor, then you already tested before the testers even test you.
right.
But if you out doing it on your own, yeah, you're gonna get your head busted, you know?
Well, we learned from Victor Conti, and of course, even in the Netflix documentary, he always brings up comprehensive blood testing. Obviously, to see your deficiencies when you first encounter him. He does that with everybody. Alex Rodriguez, the boxers today, you, Marion, everybody, that Bill Romanowski, everybody. What is the significance, and from your perspective as the athlete that worked with him, what is the significance of this comprehensive blood testing?
Well, it's just like anything else. If you don't have a mark to where you started out, how you know your improvements, right? And your improvements, your blood work, your testosterone. So if my testosterone level is normal at 800, right? And I've been tested by USA Track and Field, and they got on record that my testosterone levels are 800 or 1,000 natural, right? Victor Conti gonna make sure he leave them at 800 to 1,000, right? With blockers, with they got masking agents. They got a lot of, like I said, they share. Well, first of all, the sport don't want nobody else to get caught anyway because it just about ruin sports. Let's just put it like that, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's go back to the Holocaust, right? Hitler wanted the Olympic Games to hide what he was doing, right? Bush owned the Texas Rangers, right? He had Alex Rodriguez as an athlete. He already knew that drugs was heavily in sports.
Yes.
He entered the war, had us believe that mass weapons was being over there in Iraq, right? So when there was nothing over there, he the one who came out with this. Same thing with Ronald Reagan. He the one that was sending the drugs to America with Freeway Ricky Ross. You know what I'm saying? Ronald Reagan. But his wife the one who said, say no to drugs. They was the biggest say no to drugs advocate, right?
Advocate.
There you go.
That word advocate.
There you go. So Bush came out and said, we're gonna stop steroids in sports. Why is the president of the United States not worried about the war and worried about the sport? Because he knew that he needed to deflect what was going on with him.
Yeah.
So bringing down sports, and then USADA was only making $6 million a year testing people, and they wanted to test all sports. But when they did track and field the way they did track and field, they entered into the baseball world and the football world. And they said, "Oh no, we ain't. We gotta. You gotta fall back.
Yep.
You're gonna kill all entertainment."
Yep.
So
Facts.
now you really seldom see a huge name fold, but you still seeing great results.
Yep.
I'm
Facts.
I'm seeing 16, 17-year-olds running 1945. Come on now. Where did they get that from?
Yep.
It's true. They entered the weight room and they got more knowledge than we had prior to when we was coming up. You know, we left the blueprint out there, but still, no one's really surpassing the human physique. You feel what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Like,
Yes, sir.
so
That's true.
it's still people still running 10-10, 10-08, 9-9. You know what I'm saying? It's still around the same thing. Whether Usain Bolt or Tyson Gay, which you Yusufa Powell, all them people right there. Only person haven't been busted in 100 meters is Usain Bolt.
Yep. He's highly suspicious though. A lot of people are suspicious of him.
And they have every right to be, but until he's found guilty, that's the only thing we can have the right to be suspicious.
Yep. So
With Victor Conti.
Say it again.
I said the same thing with Victor Conte.
Yeah.
You know, there's just no way for that leopard to change his stripes. I mean, it's just they're just in him, you know. And go tell him to go mess with another sport. Why he chose boxing?
I did ask him that, and he said he don't choose to. He's want to stay here.
Right.
There's no regulation here in boxing. So,
right. That's the same thing. Memo. Two of the drug people that came from track and field went to boxing.
and they both are saying that they changed their life around. Memo and Victor, they both are saying that USADA, Memo, he's close to USADA, and then of course Victor, he helped found and start VADA. So both of them are close to the testing agencies, the only two in boxing. They both said that they are anti-doping advocates, but then when you see the fighters that they work with, unfortunately, the results are still there. I mean, that's just the truth. Everybody knows that the results are still there with all the fighters that they work with to this day.
And he's saying that he got this hyperbaric chambers increase in red blood cells.
well, no. He said he has the oxygen tent. There's 5 different ones, but I brought up the hyperbaric chamber that Alex Rodriguez leased, and I didn't get a chance to tell him about the Bill Romanowski one that he lived with. And of course, Conti has the 5 tents of oxygen in his gym. So just you brought the oxygen up. I was going to save it for later. Were you all using oxygen? Of course, Tony Bosch talked about oxygen back then.
No, we was using straight EPO.
Well, nowadays, you can use the oxygen to be able to facilitate the EPO much quicker.
Hey, I mean, like I said, it's always going to be a changing factor to stay ahead. They started the drug dealers start making trap doors inside the cars, and now the police start they can X-ray see through and see what's going on from their car. So it's just always a cat and mouse situation.
Now, I have a question for you. I got a question for you. I think you kind of like answered it, but the question I always have, and most of the people that are not even most, all of the athletes that work with Victor Conte and even Memo, I can only use this because you work with both of those guys. They all were good. Most of them undefeated, world champions. They already, exceeded some expectations. Most of them were undefeated. All of the stuff that they've accomplished, and all of a sudden they get on the phone and they call him. And you were a guy who was always good. And what is in the mind of an athlete who's already good, who's already undefeated, who's already probably a world champion? Why would they call Victor? Why did you say, hey, this is what I want to do on PEDs? Why would they call him? They're already good.
No, they not they good, but they want to stay good. And if I go get a car, if I go to get a motor, a small block, say a 296, you know what I'm saying? Only can make that small block as fast as I can make it. So if you ain't already got talent all the way on the breaking a world record, steroids only gonna help you. Like he said, 2/10. He only can do so much. So why would I get a junker and try to turn it into the fastest car in the world? I need something with already the aerodynamics.
Makes sense.
So it can hold the motor that I need to put inside of it, and the nitrogen and everything else. The same thing with the human body, right? If I got somebody that's so far back there, I can't take 11 flat sprinter and turn into a 9.58 sprinter. It ain't gonna happen. Okay. So you're making all this money and you want to continue to make money. And I say I got the fountain of youth to keep you around. It's just like the Peyton Mannings. It's just like all the ones that end up at the end of the day, the true star come out. It's because we never want to go to the athlete's graveyard, the junkyard. We never want to go to the athlete junkyard, you know? Uh, and so you resort to, and some of it be because no one want to let it go. We want to be great forever.
Wow, that's a good point. Now, I did a video on this channel where I talked about Andre Berto. He's a former boxer. He got popped for nandrolone back in 2012. But I was educating the audience on the process of how he never kind of spoke to the public as much about it. He did obtain a lawyer. Victor Conti said, his words, not mine, that he hooked Andre Berto up with a specific lawyer. And when I conducted my research, I found that it was the same lawyer that you hired, Mr.
Howard
Howard Jacobs.
Howard Jacobs, okay.
Of course, he's the defense attorney for all people that get busted for steroid use or
Yes.
PEDs. Now, he had a quote in an article that said that there are people that have lied on you, Tim, and the person that's real high on that list is Victor. And the reason why he said that is because, of course, as you know, and you made a reference to it in the Netflix documentary, Victor Conti basically made a phone call to the news station while he was under investigation and after he'd been indicted, and he basically just told on you. He just started telling on everybody.
Right.
What made you hire Howard Jacobs? How did you get in contact with him? How'd you know he was the attorney to help with these situations?
Well, first I hired Chris Arganis. Uh, she's a huge she had Barry had her, and then we seeked out Howard Jacob because Howard Jacob is the leading drug lawyer in track and field, right?
Yeah.
He understands the track and field body, right? And he had never seen a case like mine before because we didn't have a positive test. So it was the first time going down to a road fighting a non-positive test. And so then we went to an arbitration where the arbitration was 3 guys that was getting paid by USA Track and Field. There was no way I was going to, and not just that, after we lost the case, one of the judges that was on the case, a lady that worked for him, I have the letter. I'll send you the letter. Sent us a letter showing us where he was working for water at the same time he was being on the arbitration. So actually my case should have been thrown out, right? So they said I had to come up with another. I had already paid 400,000. So
Wow.
they said I had to come up with another 275 to go over to Switzerland, and that's what got me in the drug game. So this is what happened. I started out selling cocaine, but I was losing profit. And then I'm sit there and I watch Frank Lucas and stuff like that, and they said coke or heroin, you can cut it 3-4 times. So I got in that game and I got my head busted. You know what I'm saying? But this was all to raise money very quickly to pay for a lawyer to go back and start running.
Wow.
So Howard Jacob understands that this system is dirty and that Victor Conti is helping the system continue to be dirty.
Right. Right.
So
He didn't. Howard Jacobs. I've seen a lot of his quotes, and it seemed like he didn't like Victor. It just seemed like that in his quotes.
well, you can't like someone that's out. You just don't give someone give them something just to tell them to destroy them. You got to have some type of dignity about yourself, right?
Yeah.
Had you not came in these people's life, these people wouldn't have got in trouble. And when you came in these people's life, you're supposed to protect these people. Not just that, you're going to continue to come into people's lives.
After the fact.
After the fact. Lay down. Go on about your business. Sell your ZMA.
Well, he can't do that because Tim, I have to say this. I'm not defending him. I just want you to understand this part, Tim. How can he sell it? And I'm talking about I'm sure he's still selling online. We know that. But how can he sell it, Tim, when you're on a Netflix documentary stating he just was saying this, this whole thing about ZMA to the public. We're wearing his brand, making people think that we're really taking the ZMA and snack products when the whole time we're actually using EPO, HGH insulin. You see what I'm saying?
But he has the trademark for zinc.
Yes.
So everything that has zinc in it buys it from Victor. So every pill that has the compound zinc comes from Victor now.
Wow. So he can do the right thing, is what you're saying.
He could do the right thing, but it won't be fun for Victor. Victor is okay, who get on TV? We know you got money and sit there and wash a Bentley. Like, you ain't got nobody to wash that for you. Like, you look like a clown. So this guy, and having a conversation about this guy is just terrible, right? I'm just gonna tell you, right?
Yeah.
But you know what? We talk about Satan, right? We know Satan, the devil. We know he came to kill, steal, and destroy.
Yes, sir.
And that's the type of person Victor is. He's not one time came to me and said, "Hey, Tim, oh, I made 16 million." Yeah, you could have said no, but you didn't say no. You did help me push ZMA. How can I?
So he never cut you a check for branding or promoting.
No.
Hey, Tim, don't feel bad. He never cut me one either. And I've been talking about snack telling the people it works. And he came on here and he still didn't cut me a check for promoting the program. So it's all good, brother.
Well,
I don't want nothing from him. But it's all entertainment. You know what I mean?
I get it. And like I said, a person don't owe me anything.
Yep.
They'll get theirs at the end of the day. What's supposed to be mine is going to be mine. And that's how I see it.
So basically, the boxers now, they're doing the same thing you guys did back in the day, where y'all wore the ZMA shirts and stuff. They're doing that now.
I'm like, okay.
Huh?
I see it in the boxing ring. They got it on their belt. They got it on their trunks. I'm like, oh, wow. But can you blame him?
No. He's branding.
He's branding and they're branding, And it's like coming into Trevor's camp. He couldn't give everybody steroids. He had to have someone running around saying that everything was clean.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You have to have some people saying, "Oh, ain't nothing going around there. Ain't ever gave me nothing." And then you got to have. I tell you a situation. Big Meech, BMF. All them people out front with smoke screens. He had his inner circle that was doing the thing, right?
Yeah.
And that's what Victor got. He got a bunch of boxers, and some of them were smoke screens. But he got some select few that, and everything you take from Victor, he don't label it right.
What you mean by that? Label it right.
The clear was called clear. We didn't know what it was.
Mm.
We didn't know it was a anabolic steroid, what anabolic steroid was. You see what I'm saying? We didn't have a clue. We thought that we had something that was fresh on the market that wasn't going to test positive. So if Victor say, "Hey, this is whatever," you're gonna take whatever until whatever come up positive.
Yeah.
So if you find a boxer and say, "Hey, show me everything you get from Victor. Show me everything he ever gave you," and have all that stuff tested, you may come back and find out that the label ain't what it is.
Wow.
Never thought about that, huh?
No, I never thought about that. That somebody that would like mislabel it or
Uh,
intentionally mislabel it.
well, if he's trying to get a result, because he get a result, it brings more results. He get one boxer to become champion and brings on more boxers.
And that's what exactly it's been doing for the last 14 years.
That's we'll follow us. We morph to the light.
What message would you give to the boxers that's with Victor Conti, that's knowingly doing whatever he's given them and their performances are enhanced, legal or illegal? What message would you give to them at this point of their careers?
I would say the same way you have more than one financial person checking your finances, I will have more than one doctor checking my blood. Because you got to think, you don't know if you got cancer inside of you or whatever growing, but yet you taking stuff with the assumption of the belief of this one person. Make sure you got more than one person involved in your physical health. Because you don't check the engine till the check engine light come on. And sometimes it's too late. So you need to be checking them engines. You need to, when you first get that comprehensive drug, your screening, you better get a double one. And then when you start with Victor, you better get another one and check your own from someone else.
Your own blood testing.
Yes.
Well, now let me ask you this. Is that one time, I have an assumption, and I'll be honest with you as I always will. I have an assumption that the comprehensive blood testing is not just once, it's continuously, it's regularly, so he can
Oh
continue
yeah,
to monitor.
we did
But
it
I
every,
don't know. I don't want to assume no more.
yeah, we did it like every 2 weeks.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it's not just one time. So I was right. My assumption.
Yeah, by assumption, every 2 weeks, every time you take something, he checking your blood to see what's going on.
Oh, okay. So my assumption was right.
Yeah, but he has to, because guess what? If you work with Victor and you come up positive, Victor's in trouble.
It's true.
So everybody Victor worked with, he gonna have to screen on top of screen, because they come back on his end. Oh, he got to find out what you're doing to fix what you're doing before it's pointed back at him.
So y'all were getting blood tested every 2 weeks.
Yes.
Urinalysis too, or just the blood?
At both of them. We send the urine to him and go to Quest Lab and do the blood. He would send us a this piece of paper to take to Quest, and Quest would send him the results. Yep.
Well, that's how on the Netflix documentary we saw that Nandrolone showed up in the system of Barry Bonds. It wasn't, he didn't get tested by USADA or any of the MLB commissions. It was through Victor Conti's testing through the labs, the private labs, that he got that Nandrolone test positive in him.
Yes. And the same way Greg Anderson went to jail and didn't say a word on on Barry Bonds, that's the same thing Victor's supposed to did on us. He's supposed to ate that. But now he want to get on Netflix and, and fake cry. Man, I guess he got an Oscar because he leaves this world with some money. You know what I'm saying? So all that fakeness, he got rewarded. He got a little money. But then, oh, back to the subject. Oh well.
You know what those are characteristics of? Personality disorder. I'm not diagnosing them, but I have my personal experiences with people who have personality disorders.
Oh, definitely, he got one, 100%. He got a whole lot of disorders.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you went to jail because you was trying to basically fundraise the $275,000.
And the only way I knew how to raise that type of money that fast was from the streets. What I learned as a child, I learned that I tried to redo as an adult.
But you was doing it in another country though, you said,
No,
right?
I was doing it in Virginia. I got caught in Virginia.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I got caught from a friend. He had got in trouble and he was gonna flip some money for me, and he ended up wearing a wire and a video, and yeah, that part.
And how many years or months did you do in jail?
I did 4 years and 6 months.
Wow.
And 5 years,
Supervised release?
and 5 years on probation.
I was about to ask you about supervised release.
5 years.
Mm-hmm. 5 years release. Wow, man. That's, we never knew that part. This is the
Yeah,
first time we ever heard that.
I was at Maxwell Federal Penitentiary. The same route I took as a child to get to Blinn Junior College, because I was driving with a family member, and he was asleep, and I saw Montgomery, Alabama, and I pulled off at the gas station to get gas because it was named Montgomery, Alabama. And that same gas station is right on the exit that you go into to go to prison. Max, you better say it full circle, homie.
And I know you was on that bus looking.
Yes.
I know you was on that bus looking like, oh.
Oh no, when I got my piece of paper on my designation, it said MO. I'm like, I'm going to Missouri. Where I'm going? It said MON. That's what it said. MON. And other people had Virginia, South Carolina. I'm like, why didn't send me to South Carolina? What is MON? They said Montgomery, Alabama. I said, are you kidding me? I went to Montgomery, Alabama, homie. So 4 years and 6 months at Maxwell yeah. And it taught me so much. I went in thinking that I had to have all these designer this, designer that, and when you get to prison, you got a green visitation suit, some sweats, and some green work clothes with a brown shirt, and that's the way you live. Boots and a pair of tennis shoes that you buy, same ones everybody has got in the compound. And that's when I said, when I came home, I had to fight my way back into my kids' life, and I daily keep fighting my way back in my kids' life.
Yes.
And also into society.
Yes, sir. Well, we're proud to hear that you're doing good now. You running the gym down there, and what do you just do? Just track and field?
No,
What do you do in the gym?
I got football players. I got baseball players. I don't have any boxers. Uh, and I got a lot of kids, and I got people that want to lose weight, want to change their body. Uh, that's my day to day.
Man, I appreciate your time. So I don't know if you know how this works, but I'll tell you. So there's people who are here, they will pay, just a few dollars to do what we call super chat. What it is an opportunity for them to get their comment or question that they have for you highlighted so I can recognize theirs and they'll get priority. So I'm gonna read a few of them off to you, or some statements that was made. Let me see if I can find. So Jeremy Austin, double salute to you. Thank you for your super chat, your super sticker rather. I appreciate your support of the channel. We got my guy. Double salute to you, Mr. Pragmatic. Mr. Pragmatic, thank you for your support and contribution. Mr. Pragmatic says, this is message for you, Tim. Thank you for everything that you have done for track and field and representing the USA in the Olympics. You are a hero to so many. And that was from my guy, Mr. Pragmatic, to you, Tim.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Pragmatic.
Now we got 2 Cents Boxing, another member of the channel, just like Mr. Pragmatic is. Thank you for your support and contribution, 2 Cents. 2 Cents Boxing, she is a woman. She is a supporter of the channel. I think she was an athlete as well. I think she did track and field. I don't know, but I know she was an athlete. But in any event, 2 Cents Boxing says, this question is for you, Tim. Do you feel Victor deserves a second chance?
Oh, I feel that everybody deserves a second chance, right? And I'm not here to pass judgment on Victor, but based on what I see and some people I know that know him, he's the same Victor.
Now, you said some people that you know that know him. You mean in boxing, or you mean just personally they know how he is?
They know him personally.
Oh, so they still know his personality. They still know how he is.
Yes.
We got my guy, Gregory Quarterbomb. Double salute to you, Greg. Thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Greg says this is for you, Tim. Salute to you, Manager Marty and Tim, for sharing your story, Tim. I hope young men listen to you and learn. I gotta go now. This was well worth being in on. Again, salute to you, Mr. Montgomery. And that's from Gregory Quarterbomb.
Thank you.
We got 2 Cents Boxing. This is probably the last one. I see that the viewership is increasing exponentially, Tim. They don't want us to go. Double salute to you again, 2 Cents. 2 Cents Boxing says, I think this is because you said Victor is a nutcase. That was earlier. Some of this stuff is from like earlier, these super chats. But 2 Cents Boxing says, please expound on how Victor is a nutcase. I guess she didn't understand what you meant by that.
Well, in the form, the way he thinks, right? Even during the documentary, he was still lying. Meaning that he had a chance to change. He had a chance to really expound about the ordeal that took place. This was, I would say I was still a young man. 22, 20, no, 20, 24, 20, yeah, 24, 25. And he was an adult, a real adult, you know? And the guidance he gave. And then during the documentary, he was still the same person, giving the same guidance throughout. And when you don't change, then that's a nutcase to me.
When you say the same guidance that he was given in Netflix, are you talking about to the producers?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I can tell. I can tell that his footprint, his fingerprint, his imprint was on the documentary. And the only reason I can say that, not saying that every little direction that he had, I'm not saying that, but when I saw that the documentary did not include that in 2003, his first time being in boxing was when he injected Sugar Shane Mosley with EPO. They never brought that up. And I know his history. I know boxing. And
Sugar Shane Mosley, because Sugar Shane Mosley got in trouble and was going to sue Victor Conti 100%.
So, and he was in a deposition that was recorded under the grand jury. That was public record. That should have been, like, in other words, before he went to jail. That's the first time we've seen him in boxing. That should have been in the Netflix documentary if we're talking about boxing. But that part wasn't in there, and it just came towards the end where he's with Devin Haney in a good light. And I was like, if we're going to tell it all, and we're gonna do Tim wrong and Marion and all these other. We got to show the stuff he did in boxing wrong
Well,
too.
I'm gonna tell you the truth. They tried, right? When they came down to me, they said, "Listen," because Victor wanted me to be the fall guy,
What you mean?
saying like, "Oh, Tim told him everything." Well, how did Tim tell him everything? But when they came inside your place, you gave them all the documents, Victor.
Yeah.
So when they came down to interview me, they already knew what I was saying to be true. And when you see the documentary, you can hear it and feel it on what truth sound like.
Yes, that's correct.
And so as much as they wanted to get more people to stand up to him, I was the only one to do it. Like they went to Sugar Shane. He didn't want to get on it. They went to Barry Bonds. They went to Mary. They went to these people. Kelly White. They went to him. But they didn't know what to expect from the film, and I guess they had more to hide.
Yeah.
With me, I'm like, yo, I was an idiot. I was searching for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow to find out there was no pot of gold.
Mm.
And that's the part I gotta live in. I chased the rainbow to find out what the pot of gold is the end of the rainbow.
Mm. When you got the news, and I know that Marion, before she was married, of course, to CJ, there was reports that you and her dated. I don't know how true it is, but that's
Yeah,
none of our business.
son together.
Uh,
We have a son together.
oh, I didn't know that.
Yes,
I
man.
wasn't even going to bring it up because I thought that was personal. You
No, me
know,
and have a son together.
you and Marion Jones have a son together.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So then I can ask you this question then. What was your first initial reaction when you found out that Marion Jones had to go to jail? Remember,
Oh,
she had that situation with the grand jury. They took her to jail, man.
well, I was kind of like, well, first of all, she was going to testify against me in court.
But why? I mean, you didn't supply her with anything. I mean,
No, no, not on the drug situation, on my check situation.
oh,
My
okay.
situation, I put a check in her account. So she was, but I pled guilty, and they knew that she was lying about the check because it went through her account. So they used that pressure for her to come out to tell on herself.
Oh, I see. And that crime was, what is that? Bad checks or
That's fraud, bank fraud. Yes,
receiving stolen property, bank fraud, executive documents.
yes.
Yeah, yeah.
She ended up copping out, pleading guilty to the drug part for the 6 months instead of taking. They just told her she was gonna get more time. You know
Of
what I'm saying?
course, of course, of course.
And so that's why she ended up telling on herself. She wasn't gonna do any of that until they had pressure on the other end.
Mm.
So
Well, you know that's the tactic that law enforcement always use.
100%.
I've been there and done that. I already know how they do.
It's a system built by the system. The
Yep.
same way the country learned how to get into the system to to, to build its own system.
Do you think that boxing will ever be a clean sport, or cyclists or track and field? Do you think it'll ever be clean?
Uh, Do you think the world will ever be clean?
No, I
Okay,
don't.
I don't either. Uh, Slavery is still slavery today. They got business that make billions of dollars, and their job is to give you minimum wage. It's just a different form of slavery. So the system been the system, and the system is the system.
Got you. Yep. You had said something interesting, and I love the way you put it. Can you give us that analogy? You talked about the sponsors, right? Where their whole, of course, we know this as businessmen, their whole objective is to protect their bottom line. And
100.
you talked about the difference between them sponsoring someone with natural talent opposed to someone that is on performance enhancing substances or drugs, because when they have talent, when they know the athlete has pure talent, the lifespan is different. Everything is different compared to being on performance enhancement substances and drugs. Can you give us that analogy that you gave me in our conversation?
Well, who's gonna bet on a short-term pick without having an ideal that they're gonna have a long-term gain? Meaning that I want to see what your support system look like before I give you that big time contract.
Mm.
Well, white athletes get bigger contracts because the companies feel like they can trust them more, and they ain't gonna go out and do nothing stupid. Black athletes is a high risk. So as a shoe contract, I want to find out what if you don't have a support team, I'm going to put you with a coach that we know is part of our. That's why Nike got coaches, Adidas got coaches. They got coaches, and that's why the distant runners for Nike came up dirty. They run the program. The program is to report to us if can we put all this money behind them for marketing or not? Are they going to be ready for the Olympic Games? Are they going to be ready for World Championships? Are they going to be on top? How much money can we invest in them? And we need your honest opinion as a coach.
Mm.
So if I bet on horse racing, I want to know how many times this horse been a winner.
Right.
What's his chances? He's known for winning, then I'm gonna place a bet. If it's a long shot, I'll place a small bet, hoping that he win.
Mm. So they have to basically not just protect their interests, but have that long term.
Yes, image, everything.
Wow, man. You said a lot, Tim. The audience, they live and live in color. The support system was here, man. Um, I'm speechless because I'm glad that you came on, man. And I didn't even tell the audience that it was going to be you. Most of them seen this documentary. They already told me a while ago, months ago, that you're the only one that really seemed like that kept it real on the documentary. So I knew I had to bring you on here before them. And just having you on here, sharing your experiences, your wisdom, your knowledge, and everything else, man, this was a classic, brother. This was
Oh,
a pure
got a
classic.
book called Project World Record coming out probably in 2 months.
Say it again.
A book called Project World Record coming out.
Hey, y'all heard him. He plugged this stuff in early. Book coming out, Project World Record. You know we're gonna promote you on here, Tim. You know that.
Oh,
We
appreciate
got
it.
you.
It's gonna drop, and get ready. It's a bombshell.
And this is about your life.
It's about my life. It's about Victor. It's about a lot of people, and they got it supported by facts. I
All
like to
right.
be supported by facts.
We got one more super chat before we let you go, Vic. Oh, is it two? Hold on, might be two. Oh, it's actually two. Double salute to my guy, Joseph Swab. Joseph Swab, thank you for your contribution and your support to the channel. Joseph says, this is to you. Thanks, Mr. Montgomery, for the info. Please come back with more insight.
Thank you. Anytime.
And we got my guy, double salute to him, another member of the channel, Lifeline Music TV. Thank you for your support and your contribution to the channel, Lifeline. This is also to you, I believe, Tim. Victor thought he could fool this space, but no, sir. Manager Marty, keep doing the work. And Tim, thank you for sharing your story. Very informative. That was from my guy, Lifeline Music TV.
Thank you.
Man, Tim, man, you know this is better than what Cat Williams did with Shannon Sharp.
Hey, too bad we didn't get 16 million views.
Yeah, man, you know, YouTube shadow banning me. They ain't gonna give me the 60 million views. But guess what? The value, no disrespect to Cat Williams and Shannon, but the value of what we've learned today from you and you telling your story to me is worth more than 60 million views, my brother. And that's real.
As long as we touch one or two, I'm good.
Hey, that's the same thing I tell my audience. It only takes one for me to educate people on the business side of boxing. And I do a little entertainment stuff over here too. But my whole objective is to entertain, but also educate. Because a lot of things happen behind the scenes in boxing, how fights materialize, why fights don't materialize, the mindset of boxers, what they go through in between fights. You know, like I was telling the audience a while ago, a lot of fighters that you see watching on TV, some of them have day jobs. Some of them work every day at a regular 9 to 5, and they still try to make ends meet. You know what I mean? And just a lot that goes on behind the scenes in boxing. And I'm not talking about anything related to PEDs. I'm talking about just the life of an athlete and having me to represent them as a manager, or in your case, in track and field and baseball and football and basketball, they have agents. Well, managers are kind of similar to what agents do in other sports. And I try to give the people the education and be real and be unbiased. And I am controversial because I believe in just being honest and just keeping it real, man. So, you know, it is what it's going to be.
I appreciate y'all time. Thank you.
Man, we appreciate your time, Tim. I look forward to speaking to you more off camera. And we got to get your book obviously published and so we can promote it here. And you got our full support here. And this is not just me. I'm talking about the nearly 7,000 people that come and support this channel. You got our support here, my brother.
I thank you all.
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate you. Salute to you.
Thank you,
man.
Bro.
That was my guy, Tim Montgomery. It don't get no better than that. Man, listen, guys and ladies. I want to tell y'all, come on back tomorrow. Please come back tomorrow, live and live in color. Tomorrow, same time, between 4:30 or 4:45. I'll let you all know in advance. We got some more boxing to talk about. We were here with the great former pro track and field star, two-time medalist, Tim Montgomery. He gave us his life story, and I'm sure there's way more things that he's going to tell us in his book that's going to be published in about 2 months. And we look forward to him, you know, spreading more of his story, his life experiences inside of track and field. And of course, he had mentioned certain names that he's going to mention in the book based on his experiences with them. Some of those names that we're very familiar with. And we learned a lot today. And that's what this channel is all about. We don't gossip over here. We provide entertainment, but primarily our objective is to provide education. And I think Tim Montgomery did a wonderful job providing us with education here. And I'm very satisfied with your support. Thank you for investing your time, and everybody that gave a super chat and a cash app to continue to help this channel grow. Don't forget, you can also, even when this video goes off or any other videos that's published on this channel, you can press that super thanks button to continue to support the channel, even though we're shadow banned and YouTube, whatever, for the last few months, they're not pushing the content out, but who cares? We're going to still work hard to provide the quality. That's what I wanted. The quality is about the value that we add. And that's all. And look, like Tim just said, y'all know I always say this. It only takes one person to learn something about the sport and business of boxing that you didn't know before you came over here. You know, tomorrow, when we get back here, we are going to analyze and evaluate the things that we've learned and we heard from the great Tim Montgomery tomorrow in our show. And of course, we're going to talk about some more boxing. I can't wait to see you all tomorrow so we can give our assessment. And I'm going to pull out the same way I pulled in. Y'all know how I'm going to do it with the hottest intro on YouTube. And don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.
Representing the business of boxing, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for manager Marty.
Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you.